I feel nauseous, believe me. Never had a lot of shit come easy. Had to work hard, struggle just to be me. Had to rise up just so they could see me. Did what I had to do just to feed me. And what was left over I put towards my dreaming. But the only thing in life that has meaning are the things you gotta work for, believe me. Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the fucking hours it takes to get some power. Don't be fucking sour, take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder. And fuck all the doubters, they're just fucking downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm pissed off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown. I'm just telling you to fight for your dreams, but it's not what it seems. Man, it's hard to be seen when everybody wants to be king. Yeah, they all wanna ring, yeah, we all wanna be free. So show me what you got, what you bring, how you fight in the ring, how you take a fucking swing. Do you got heart, are you mean? Got some scars, got some needs, are you willing to go bleed? I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm pissed off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm pissed off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, and this stream feels like a long time fucking coming, because as many of you will be aware, I fucking hate the quartering. I hate the quartering. I've hated the quartering before it was cool to hate the quartering. I dislike the quartering when people were like, oh, listen to this guy, he's a new voice. He's saying the new things about the wokes and the SJWs, and we all like him now. And that lasted like, I don't know, a month. And even within that month, I was like, fuck, this guy is boring. Like, fuck, like, God, why? And here we are, because apparently he's broke. Now we've got other things. We've got other things that we need to look at as well, like the Grummz stuff, because several people DM'd it to me. Massively excited, and I was like, sure, we can look at the Grummz stuff. I'm how do I put my kind of feelings towards Grummz? Do you know what? A lot of people fucking hate Grummz, but to me he's always just been white noise. He's just white noise within the sort of like endless parade of people bitching about video games and like the fucking state of culture. I will say something actually, because I think this is interesting. I am one of the Discord members, I think it was Kairais. Kairais has got some Trench Crusade figures that he was painting up and putting in the Discord. And and I'll be honest with you, I was like, oh yeah, I really want to get into this, but it's really annoying because it feels like the devs are purposefully sort of pushing against this anti-woke agenda. Because let's be honest, it's not just because the anti-woke agenda is incredibly right-wing and kind of turning Christio-nationalist. It's very fucking weird, but it's a good way to put it. They're really fucking annoying as well. Like, they have the same problems as the SJWs of old, where they just bitch about everything, and the only difference is they then claim to buy it, and I'm like, I don't know, fucking whatever. But Trench Crusade recently released their world map of Europe, and there were multiple posts of people saying that it was xenophobic, and I'm just like, yep, that's why. That's why this, I fear that this particular tabletop is not going to last particularly long, because whatever they do, the right-wing audience thinks that they're all woke scolds and won't buy any of their shit, and the left-wing audience are doing what the left-wing audience always does, which is bitch about anything involving it. I give up. I give up. There is a severe lack of whimsy in gaming. I was really pleased that somebody did a fan art piece, which was literally me as a king crab. It's a king crab themed Beckett from BattleTech, and I thought that was fucking, listen, I just enjoy your hobbies, guys. Not everything needs to be a fucking political war, okay? You can chill. You can chill the fuck out, and that's very much how I feel about people like Grummz, where it's just like, chill the fuck out, get a hold of yourself and calm down. Like, who's the other guy? He wrote Father Ted. Fuck, I've forgotten his name. Like, massive anti-trans person, and he's ruined his life. Like, he's unironically ruined his life. He's ended up divorced. He's like this stuff. This isn't a political take. This isn't a political. I feel like I'm literally one guy myself, because chat's just agreeing with me. This isn't a political take. This is just, stop letting your politics ruin everything. Please, both sides, shut the fuck up. Stop it. Graham Linehan. Linehan? Is it Linehan? Linehan? Oh, fuck. I need to stop saying Linehan. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, he's ruined his life. And for what? For what? Honestly, who's gonna remember? Like, I watched recently the original Day of the Jackal, and I realized that the lead actor who plays the assassin in it is the father of this British actor, again, who I've forgotten the name of. He's like big into reform, and he's like been in a few films. He was in a couple of war films, and then he decided to go off the fucking deep end and become a right-wing political commentator. And I mean, he's fucked up, dude. Like, that is a guy who cannot be sleeping well at night. I don't know why people do this to themselves. And again, this is like, I like dipping my toes into like laughing at like political streamers and stuff. I promise I'm gonna stop, guys. I promise I'm gonna stop. But regardless, like, regardless of how much I enjoy that, the politics side is mind cancer. It just is. And you don't end up well. You don't end up looking good. I mean, just look at the fucking state of the quartering. See, perfect segue. Okay, but first, listen, I've been ranting and raving. I've been playing Star Citizen earlier today. I did buy the ship, by the way. I bought so much. It costs so much, guys. I spent so much money. It's really good. It's really fun. But I lost like 6 hours progress, like, just before I set up the stream. And that's what I was like, I'm just gonna go stream. Listen. Losing 6 hours of progress to a bug. Oh, painful. To note, with Trench Crusade and Grummz got into the pissing match with one of their community managers and got dunked on. Yeah, I can believe it, because he's an idiot. Nonetheless, the community they're fostering, what do I always say? You get the audience you deserve. Unfortunately, for some people. But good evening, Hydro Dancer, Zane, Shadowrun, Q-Hood Ornament, Grizzly Bear, Lonnie. Who else we got in? Rain, Pikachu, Ben, Lord of Destruction, Micromonix, Gex Herald, Q-Hood. I've probably said Q-Hood already. Olivia. Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Beetlepins. Kevin. Oddnet. There we go. There we go. Now remember, if you want to join into the stream, there is a goal. I have set a goal for you. I've set a goal for you. So, it is there. It is there. And just remember, you're feeding Max and helping me spiral into continued bad habits and listen, if I keep making YouTube, am I going to end up like this? It's important to pay attention to what the quartering says and tenses he uses. He tells lies here. Now, I also have some interesting statements that I've been sent about this particular coffee company. So we will have a look. I haven't seen any of this, by the way. We're doing blind watches tonight because I've been like, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm a little bit out of it. I'm a little bit sick. So right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Name so nice, Beckett said it twice. So true. Oh yes, also subscribe to the Patreon. Literally, I don't know if anyone has. I haven't checked, but there is more content coming to the Patreon. So if you want more content, subscribe to the Patreon. I'm doing this purely to say that I have Patreon. You wouldn't turn out like these morons if you keep doing YouTube. Hoz would rein you in. That's true. That is actually true. Right, okay, let's get going. Let's see what Jeremy has to say for himself.
Jeremy here from the quartering. I wasn't sure I was going to go public about this, but it appears I have to now. Many of you know that I've got a lot of irons in the fire. You've heard me say, hey, I've got my Mega Mixology cookbook to help fund the new studio. Obviously it's a meme, but you all know I have my coffee company. Well, the coffee company has also been expanding to take on Amazon to try and compete more with bigger names and to hopefully by the end of the year be on the grocery shelves. And
Gex Harold with the 5. How does it feel that your ship is worth more than the coffee brand coffee? Yeah, pretty good, I'll be honest. Listen, I will say this. This is maybe the last thing I say about Star Citizen. I died due to a bug. I then got charged with trespassing because of this bug. I then got sent to prison where they stripped off all my gear, including the gear I have paid real money for, because I found some stuff that was pretty. Sue me. And I couldn't get it back. So do you know what I have to do? This is legitimately the workaround. I have to go to my hangar in Star Citizen, refund for store credit everything I've bought and lost. I then have to go to the store and rebuy it. I have to go to the store and rebuy it. That's fucking mental. The workaround. Why not just let me respawn the armor? How is this game been in development since 2012 and they still haven't, given an option to just rebuy or, re-fucking acquire the stuff you've paid real money for? Why is the loophole fucking melting things down for store credit? Do you know what the most insane thing is? I can do this once every 24 hours, in perpetuity, as long as that item is in the store. It's so dumb. It's such a waste of my time. It's not that at least there is a workaround, but it's just a massive waste of time. And I was just like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna go and do something else for a bit. Fuck. Fix your shit. Holy fuck. I will say this though, 4.1's just come out and 4.1 is super crazy stable. I have been having a ton of fun with it. It's been really good. I've been playing with some friends, and listen, if other people play Star Citizen, come join, because we'll get big ships. We've got one of the guys has a reclaimer. It's big salvage scrapping ship. It's cool. Anyway, right, okay, back to whatever the fuck we're meant to be doing.
for the past 3 years, I've prided Coffee Brand Coffee on remaining completely apolitical. And that's literally why I called it that. Some people think the name is goofy. I get that.
Wait, hold on. What did he call it? Coffee
and
Brand
for
Coffee.
the past 3 years, I've prided Coffee Brand Coffee on remaining completely apolitical. And that's literally why I called it that. Some people think the name is goofy. I get that. But it would have been easier for me to sell liberal tiers coffee or something like that. But I want my coffee to be on coffee shelves one day. There's a big difference between what I do.
I want my coffee to be on shelves. It's a fucking random distributor. What is wrong with Jeremy? What is it like this motherfucker? Okay. Here's the 411 on the quartering as a human being from somebody who has watched this guy evolve, like cocoon himself in a chrysalis and emerge as the fucking beautiful butterfly you see before you. Do you want to know what the 411 is on the quartering? This motherfucker is so desperate for any kind of recognition. Like, there is one thing to be, like, clout hungry, okay? Like, lots of us are clout hungry. Or lots of us want, like, some sort of validation, or we want to be seen. But, like, the quartering wants to be somebody. Like, in like, the more general sense. I don't know what is going on in this guy's life. Well, I know bits and pieces, obviously, but like, he is somebody who he tried multiple times to make YouTube channels and get like a following, whether it's Magic the Gathering, fucking claw machines, this shit, whatever the fuck we call this. Like, I don't want to call it news. Fucking. I'd at least call Tim Pool news. It's biased and like fucking pro-Russian, but it's news. The quartering is just something else. And because of that, because he is such a pathetic, sad, boring sack of shit, he's never managed to have any actual recognition. He wants coffee brand coffee on shelves one day. Like, all else aside, why? Why? Like, what does he think he's going to do? One day walk into a supermarket and someone will be like, hey, you're the coffee brand coffee guy. He'll get, like, the public name recognition. What a fucking loser. Just, Jeremy going full Zanderhal mode is the funniest thing to happen all year. I couldn't be happier. I'm going to be honest with you. I fucking couldn't be happier. Right, what's... Yes, yeah, potato. We'll get to that. Okay. Fucking hate this guy.
Doing what most everyone else does. I don't drop ship my coffee. We roast our own special blends. We hand flavor our beans. We pack our orders. We ship our orders. We handle our customer service. We are not a drop ship outlet. We're a real coffee company. And I made that investment with the plan of having something that could grow. Well, we've never been at our most vulnerable, but right now we're stocking up for Mother's Day, which is an important time of year for us because we do so well for Mother's Day gift boxes. And we're trying to...
Imagine giving your mother... Listen, if my mother wasn't dead and I gave her coffee brand coffee, she'd die. She'd literally die of disappointment. I'm glad my mother died before she could be that disappointed in me. Because I do that as a joke. And she would just, like, keel over. I would... She'd, like, die screaming that I was a mistake if I gave her coffee brand coffee. Like, you gotta really hate your mother to be like, hey, Mum, thanks for everything you've done for me. Have some coffee brand coffee. Fuck me. It's just like it really does sum up the quartering that he called it coffee brand coffee, doesn't it? Like the most fucking boring. He didn't need to call it liberal tears or some shit. He could have just called it an interesting name, like, I don't know, what's a good name for coffee? Like Jeremy's fucking basement blend coffee. I don't know. Some shit that's like at least inventive, that sticks in the mind. But coffee brand coffee sounds like something that you'd like buy at Walmart in the like Walmart's own section when you don't have enough money to buy like branded coffee. It's just fucking terrible. I bet he was really proud of it as well. I bet he was really excited when he got to call his coffee brand coffee. I bet he ran to his wife who was just crying in the bathroom. Babe, babe. He doesn't call her babe. He calls it Miss Cortering. I'm going to start a coffee company. I'm going to call it Coffee Brand Coffee. Coffee Brand Coffee sounds like a scam. True. So when are you going to announce your brown water coffee brand? I will never sell coffee. I would never sell coffee. I do tea, actually, unironically. I do tea. I'd have something crab themed as well. Like, I'd have a little crab symbol on the coffee. And I'd call it Hermit's... No, on the tea. I'd call it Hermit's Tea, and the symbol would be a hermit crab. And I think that would sell. That would legitimately sell. I'd advertise it as, like, a nice, relaxing coffee to drink, like, when you're on your own. The sort of thing you take on a hike. Hermit's Tea. When you just need to get away from it all. I bet I could sell fucking tea if I wanted to. Cope and tea. Oh, that'd be good, actually. Cope and tea is pretty good. Just need to have Diesel name a blend after you. Oh, Jesus. Spill the tea. Cope and teeth? What the fuck is that? Imagine being British unironically true. It's a curse. It's a curse. Tea is fitting, you're a drama channel. That's also true. Ooh. You'd have a good advert where someone's spilling a cup of tea. Anyway, okay. Aside from me selling out, let's get back to whatever the fuck this is.
To compete on Amazon. And I'm trying to build a new office. All of these things have stretched basically me to the absolute max. It was fine. You probably saw I was selling my Neo Geo collection. I'm selling my Nintendo collection. I'm selling all this stuff to help fund this stuff. And it's because I believe in the things that I'm doing.
Wait,
but
he's
now...
selling what? Sorry, I've lost a lot of stuff in Star Citizen today. My brain's a little slow.
Things have stretched basically me to the absolute max. It was fine. You probably saw I was selling my Neo Geo collection. I'm selling my Nintendo collection. I'm selling all this stuff to help fund this stuff. And it's because I believe in the things that I'm doing. But now we hit a roadblock that I need to try and reach out and give you an understanding of why I could use some help.
Quartering, I will pay you thousands. I don't know like how much, but I'll buy your play button from you. Not even your gold one. Quartering, if you see this and you need money, buddy, I'll buy your silver play button for you for like a decent amount. Not like a crazy amount. Listen, I'm a small channel. But you know, I want to help you out, Jeremy. Sell me your fucking play button. Listen, I don't care about earning a play button myself. I don't give a flying fuck, but I absolutely agree with it. Is one of the few things that I'm just like Keemstar's unironically based for, which is I want the play buttons of other YouTubers because that is real fucking funny. Listen, I'm not turning into Keem, but I totally agree with him that that's based. There are definitely YouTubers out there that I want their fucking play buttons, okay? Holy fuck.
I can't confirm this for sure, but right now with Coffee Brand Coffee, we are basically completely vertically integrated. We roast our stuff, we pack our stuff, we print our own bags, things like that. The only thing that we were reliant on anyone else for was...
If you still got the channel, you can get extras, so selling them is a nothing. No. You see, the Quartering has been like over 100k for a significant period of times. So he will have one of the old silver play buttons. He won't have one of the new ones. And you can't get those anymore. That's why getting the old ones is better. That's what's more important. Monday Matt, Another person. You ever want to sell? You ever want to make some money, Monday Matt? I will buy your fucking play button. Okay? I'll even cry as it's delivered to me.
Was some of the boxes for our K-cups and some of the procedures around that. It's our coffee, but we had someone else helping, put these boxes together so we could do all that. Well, apparently that person, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect it, saw my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics. And while we have a 20,000 K-cup order, basically decided to tell us, to pound sand, or I don't know what's going on. We haven't heard anything back. This is absolutely crippling.
Wait, what the fuck is going on with this? So, he had an order. So this is from 3 years ago. Confirmed Coffee Brand Coffee and Player One Coffee are just repackaged Milk Creek Roasters coffee using their private label service, and Jeremy isn't roasting shit. Coffee Brand Coffee facility tour video still on left, Milk Creek roasted facility photos on right. That answer head roaster at Mill Creek Roasters. So it's just a repackage. I don't think Wick is big enough. No, I don't. Wick doesn't have a play button. Who would I pay crazy amounts of money for? God. Probably Sargon of Akkad. A Sargon of Akkad would be one. Who else? There are a couple. Unironically, I can never afford it and I don't think he'd ever sell it, but Philip DeFranco. I don't have anything that I like. I don't like or dislike Philip DeFranco. I just want his play button. I just think that would be funny. Anyway. And the health department inspection reports from Mills Creek Coffee, where Cautioning's coffee comes from, was pretty not good. Not great, but... So what is going on? Is this still the same coffee company, or has he moved it? Has he, like, changed it to his own thing? Because this was 3 years ago, to be fair. It was a bit of time ago. Give me a second. Give me a second. I want to have a look at something else. And then we'll get into Jeremy's fucking story. So this is like 3 years ago again. The Cautioning's coffee brand has repackaged coffee from a strong independent woman-owned woke virtue signaling coffee roaster in Salt Lake City. His idiot fans are paying a huge markup to drink repackaged woke coffee. Okay, that's pretty funny. Proof. The other day after this came out, he changed the address of his business license and continues to claim this is not true. Interesting. Okay. We're gonna go back a bit because I want to unpick what the fuck he is talking about. Toon Critic's play button. I don't think Toon Critic ever had a play button, and let's be fair, like, I don't think that's still around. I would pay, actually, Toon Critic, unironically, I would pay a lot of money for. That's true.
Coffee Brand Coffee.
The Mill one was the old one. It was exposed as woke and stuff, so he started to package in house. Right, okay, I'm with you. So the reason he's got, like, no fucking money now is because he was like, I really want to make Coffee Brand Coffee a thing. So he's now making his own coffee in-house, and now he's fucked. Is that what you're telling me? What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot.
We are basically completely vertically integrated. We roast our stuff, we pack our stuff, we print our own bags, things like that. The only thing that we were reliant on anyone else for was some of the boxes for our K-cups and some of the procedures around that. It's our coffee, but we had someone else helping, put these boxes together so we could do all that. Well, apparently that person, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect it, saw my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics. And while we have a 20,000 K-cup order, basically decided to tell us, to pound sand, or I don't know what's going on. We haven't heard anything back. This is absolutely crippling. I'm already so overextended with Coffee Brand Coffee. I feel like they knew this was the time that they could really cause maximum damage. What is the solution? Well, it's to
Brian Isaacs with the 2. Boston Tea Party brand, tea brand, putting liberty in tea. That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good. Yeah, I don't hate that. I think that's pretty good. I like that. Solid choice. Solid suggestion.
buy about $80,000 in equipment. And I didn't know what else to do. I can't miss Mother's Day. It's our biggest sale of the year. And so I said, okay, fine. Put it on my credit card. We're going to just figure it out. And
put it on my credit card. Bro, okay.
And that's a lot of dimp to put on your credit card. And but we're going to save Mother's Day, and we're going to bring this last piece of the puzzle in-house. We're even getting a machine to make our own coffee scrub for the ladies and guys out there that want to, do it for skincare. But anyway,
you're going to make your own coffee scrub? I had no idea he was this invested in this coffee business. This is the most bizarre thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. I completely missed this entire story. Has he actually gone fucking crazy? Like, what are you talking about? You weird fucking lunatic. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, why are you in? You are a massive YouTuber. You could get so much money just from this YouTube stuff. And like, the point of YouTube, when you are a YouTuber of your size and it's your job, is you build up a war chest for when all of this crashes. You build up a war chest, Jeremy. That's the point. That's what you do. And you seem to have taken your entire war chest and spent it on the coffee company. The coffee company is meant to service the war chest. Open a bar, you fucking idiot. Like, at least do what Yahtzee did and open, like, a themed bar, like Yahtzee opened a gaming bar. Or restaurant, or whatever the fuck it was. I don't know how that went. I mean, like, fuck, he's still making... I don't know. I like Yahtzee. I hope he's doing well. Potato with the 5. He gets millions of views a day, and he can't find 80k. Yeah, that's fucking... There is something going on there. Yes, another Cope and Seed stream. Well, I get to play Monster Hunter Worlds. Listen, we've got the update coming soon. I'm very fucking excited for the update. If you pay me, I can estimate how much he dumped into it, lols. Several million at least. That's fucking insane.
To help pay for it, we've done this.
Yeah, Yahtzee from Zero Punctuation opened a gaming cafe in Australia.
One other time.
It's probably gone now because he's moved to the US, hasn't he? What we're talking about. But yes, that's Yahtzee. Yahtzee opened it with like other people from the gaming industry because he was like super well connected.
Time before, and what I did was I put together this very cool Founders Vault Pack. There's only 1,000 of them, and 200 of them are already gone from my live stream earlier today. It includes our freeze-dried strawberries, which are not available anywhere else and will never be available as far as I'm planning anywhere else. You will also be the very first person to get our exclusive spring flavors, tangerine, which, trust me, is delicious, and cherry cordial, which is all...
What the fuck is this? You're a right-wing fucking lunatic. Why are you selling freeze-dried strawberries? Why is this part of a fucking Founders Pack? What is going... Like, I feel like I like zone out for like 5 seconds. Am I blacking out? Like, I feel like I black out for a few seconds, and then he says, like, something that I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? He's selling pre-orders to buy the machine to put on his credit card? This is so fucking insane. What?
Fine, put it on my credit card. We're going to just figure it out. And that's a lot of dimp to put on your credit card. And but we're going to save Mother's Day, and we're going to bring this last piece of the puzzle in-house. We're even getting a machine to make our own.
Hydro Dancer. with the 5. Coffee brand coffee sounds like a fake name for a coffee shop you'd see in a movie or show or game that couldn't get permission for any real ones. Yes, like beer. Wouldn't you like a cool, refreshing glass of beer? Beer, the thing you drink at bar. Before YouTube, the culturing used to do startups and sell the companies to investors. I think I vaguely remember that. You'd think he'd be better at this.
Our own coffee scrub for the ladies and guys out there that want to, do it for skincare. But anyway, to help pay for it, we've done this one other time before. And what I did was I put together this very cool Founders Vault Pack. There's only 1,000 of them, and 200 of them are already gone from my live stream earlier today. It includes our freeze-dried strawberries, which are not available anywhere else and will never be available as far as I'm planning anywhere else. You will also be the very first person to get our exclusive spring flavors, tangerine, which, trust me, is delicious, and cherry.
Trust me, that you live in a fucking basement. You are a man who lives in his basement. I have seen you on stream drunk going to piss in the drain, Jeremy. Are you fucking high? What do you mean, trust me, the tangerine's delicious? Who is taking any kind of advice from this motherfucker? Are you for real? This is actual insanity. This is the lowest point of YouTube. Rape brand rape. Thank you, Gilded. Gabado with a 5. Put it on my credit card. We'll figure it out. Okay, I'm not the smartest guy with money, but I feel like you should never say this. Not if you're already throwing everything you have at this. I just dude, maybe give up. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe coffee brand coffee will one day be a sensation. I don't fucking know, but I somehow doubt it.
Very cordial, which is also really good. You also get a Founders coin and a signed, numbered thank you card from me specifically. I'm be signing them every night for the next 2 weeks. Plus, you get a free gift. If I sell out of these, we can afford the machine, and this can never happen again. Many people have probably noticed, hey, we've been out of stock on stuff and things are running behind. It's because of this one hiccup. But if I can convince you to give our coffee a try, which I tell you all the time, I think is the best out there. If you try our spring flavors, you're going to get it before anyone else. You're going to absolutely love it. And you're going to help stick it to this stupid company that has screwed me over, and keep me out of, hopefully out of debtor's jail or whatever. And if you don't like coffee,
you're live begging for money. You're you're nearly a 2 million sub YouTuber begging for money for your coffee company. Do you know what this is as well? Do people remember what it was like in about, I think it was like 2015? Like, coffee was really big in 2015. I know that sounds really weird as a thing to say because it's like, well, everyone loves coffee. But bespoke, like, everyone went through this thing where it's like, I've got an AirPress or whatever the fuck it was. And like, even I can admit that I enjoyed a cold brew coffee. And like, I had this coffee place I went to that I liked going to. It was enjoyable. It was this whole fucking thing, but it's all died. No one cares anymore. I just want to drink something to keep me awake and keep the demons at bay that like drag me onto YouTube a couple of times a week so I can bury myself watching people's lives who I hate deteriorate. And Jeremy, I've got to thank you. Like, I appreciate this. You have brightened my fucking day. Anyone recall his lawsuit war chest scam? Fuck yeah. Oh my god. I'm just low-key bookbinding sketchbooks because business, but usually you save for those big purchases. You don't cross your fingers and hope the whim works out. I mean, what's mental is you'd think he'd have some... You'd think he'd have made so much fucking money from this that he wouldn't be having any trouble. Because, like, he's been doing this for ages. Let's go. Beckett reviews coffee brand coffee. Holy shit. Listen, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Fuck me.
Coffee, I still have my mega mixology cookbook, which I'll link in the description.
Your mega mixology cookbook. What? What, bro? With you and Trump on the front, drinking cocktails. Oh, brother. Come on. This is just sad. MAGA mixology. That's the sort of thing. Oh my fucking god. Gabato with a 5. The funny thing is, Chris did a stream where he briefly went over this guy, and he later went on to criticize another company for their finances. Okay, so I'm going to be honest with you. A book that's called MAGA Mixology sounds like something. You know how you find like bits of Nazi memorabilia and you're like, this at the time must have been like an almost innocent purchase, but the larger connotations make it really fucked up. This is the sort of thing that looks like that, right? This is going to be in the collection of some dude in like 100 years time, where it's like, I've got the MAGA Mixology cookbook from the MAGA days before World War III broke out. Jesus. Lindenau with a 2. At least it's not an AI generated cola. Jesus Christ. Listen to what he says as he tries to buy the machine. The money for this book is supposedly earmarked for other things. Yeah, I think like he put it on the credit card, so he's bought the machine. Well, if you've bought the machine, you can make the Mother's Day stuff. If you can make the Mother's Day stuff, surely you can pay for the machine. Isn't that the point? Wait, the Monster Hunter update's out? Fuck. Okay. I know what I'm doing for the rest of the week.
Down below. It's a pre-order that will be shipping around the end of April. It's hilarious. We already have almost 50 recipes done. There are like different memes of like cocktails, mocktails, coffee, tea drinks, summer drinks, fall drinks, but it's all got like, you know, our sense of humor. And the tailgates for Trump I put back on sale too, to try and put money together. I just know, and if
the Mal, sorry, I was on top chat. I didn't see Mally's comment. Good evening, E-wife. I agree. Gilda with the 2. 2017, Jeremy. I'm not conservative. I voted Obama. Oh, fuck. Let me in for a sec. Short phone in. Call me. I need to pitch you something. Horrifying. Sell the planes, Jeremy. Thank you for the 5. For the 2, sorry. Can't count today.
Need to pitch you a great business idea.
Fuck me. Go on.
It's a great business idea. There is absolutely no holes in this. We start a coffee company. And all you need to do is give me your personal credit card and put $80,000 on it. It's a bulletproof system. Nobody's done it before. And all we have to do is write that off. And it's all good. Come on, buddy. What do you say?
I can see your arguments. But based on the fact that you used to work for Keemstar, I'm not sure I can trust you.
That guy makes money.
Yeah, not for anyone else.
What are you talking about? Yeah, not for anyone else, but he makes money. Speaking of funny enough, I'm just gonna talk to you about it on live stream. I don't care. I have been asked to request you for a conversation with a possible lucrative deal. We will talk about it later.
What the fuck does that mean? Okay.
It's what it means.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, there's nothing that can go wrong with this. It's gonna be amazing.
I'm gonna kill myself. I'm actually like,
no, you're gonna love it. No, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. It's like the MAGA mixology drink.
Just fucking kill myself.
Nothing can go wrong, dude.
I kill myself.
Have you seen the video where he's criticizing the Daily Wire for failing?
No.
Do you want to know how many? Do you know how many days after this video he uploaded the Daily Wire video?
No.
2 days.
Fuck, we'll watch it next. Okay, that sounds fucking hilarious.
It's literally a few Oh, hold on, I'll find it. It's literally a few seconds he talks about it. He's like, I can't believe Ben Shapiro, with all of his money, let this business fail. Yep, there it is. Got it. Daily Wire in huge trouble. The most clickbait title of all time. Dude, this guy's crazy. This is Xander Hall tier level retardation.
I mean, I couldn't be happier, mate. I've hated Jeremy forever, so this is like Christmas for me.
Did you see where he talked about Shane Dawson and his husband adopting kids?
Oh yeah.
That video was fucking crazy.
I mean, like, the thing is, the quartering's always been kind of insane. I'm convinced that he got brain damage from the trans woman who punched him in the face.
Really? We're going with that theory?
Yeah.
I think his wife is just like senselessly beating him. You know what's crazy? I was watching
Jeremy
Mad at
is
the
the sort of
Internet.
person that if he was beaten by his wife, I'd be like, that's kind of based.
True. I was watching Null's stream, and somebody told him, he was like, isn't his wife a pilot? And I didn't know this. Apparently Jeremy bought his wife 3 planes, and then Kiwi Farms looked up the registration of those planes. They are still owned by Jeremy and his wife currently.
And he's begging for coffee money.
Yeah, and he's begging for fucking money.
I thought the planes thing was a meme.
Fucking planes.
Is that real?
No,
that's real.
Yes,
this motherfucker owns planes.
Apparently, they own 3 small planes that she is able to pilot.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that's probably the only. No, to be fair, the ability to fly high into the sky and as far away from him as possible is probably the only thing that's keeping their marriage going. Because like,
I'm just curious, how much do planes cost?
Read how much planes cost. It depends on the plane.
I just looked it up. New multi-engine models generally cost between $500,000 to $1 million. That's like a small plane. Dude, sell the planes. What are you doing?
Yeah, but they're his wife's planes. He can't sell his wife's planes. Then he'd be a failure of a man.
His wife is apparently running the fucking what is it? The customer relations end of the business.
Well, that would explain why it's a mess.
Yeah, true. Women can't do those things.
True. Except for Mally, because she's my wife.
Well, okay, yeah, okay, sure, buddy, sure. Whatever you say, homie. But I'll hit you up about the other thing. I want to talk to you about that when you're done.
I'm fucking terrified. Okay, I'll talk to you later, man.
No, don't be terrified. It's actually like good stuff. And I'll make sure that you get like a special thing out of it. You'll get 3 kidneys.
Am I gonna get raped? Like, it sounds
no,
like
you're not gonna
sounds
get,
like one of those things. Like, yeah, you just need to go
you're
to this place
going,
in the desert, and then you get raped.
You're
and
not
then
going
afterwards
to
we
get
give you a milkshake.
raped. Okay, listen, you're not gonna get raped. Just understand that the whole narrative of you being a Nazi will probably increase by 90,000%. Goodbye.
I'm gonna get fucking raped. Cabana with a 5. Imagine owning that while begging for money. That's just plain stupid. Yeah, it's fucking wild. Thank you for the 5. By the way, give me money. You were only 2 super chats away from chat being on screen. Are you demanding to see my pilot's license? Get in my plane. We won't crash, I promise. Jesus Christ. I have fucking no idea what he's talking about, and I'm horrified. Okay, cool. Let's go.
If you don't like flavored coffee, we have tea, we have regular coffee. Our blueberry cobbler is really good. Our ultra silky, ultra dark roast is really good. Our 004 is good. Our Ethiopian's good. We have something for you. And so I'm hoping today you'll give Coffee Brand Coffee a chance, or you'll pick up a cookbook to help me get out in front of this a little bit.
Lamar, I've seen that before, Killjoy. I've seen that before. We'll stick to Jesus. Did you show chat the thumbnail? No. I didn't, but I will. Hold on. Has everyone seen this thumbnail, by the way? Seen what Chris has fucking done? Is this Mishi? Did Mishi do this? I can't fucking believe that they made this. I have... You know that Linlin video is the first time anyone's taken like a proper shot at me. It wasn't even a proper shot, But every comment I have seen about that video is either fuck Jar or what do you mean? What do you mean you're going after Beckett? He's just an innocent little guy. Just like I love you guys, but I am, let's be honest, a complete asshole. I mean, I'm not a fascist, sure, but I am an asshole. Like, I do deserve the shots occasionally. I thought he was selling actually. I can't talk. I thought he was selling actual blueberry cobbler as a pastry. It's just flavored another coffee. Disappointing. I know everything about Jeremy is disappointing, but Beckett, think of how funny it is. True, it is. It is. No, I said you are a Nazi. Lies. True. That's fair. Listen, I mean, fucking me, Chris, we were meant to record another episode of Internet Explorers and all of us fucking forgot and slept through it. We will do another one next week. We will do more, okay. Gilded with the 2. Me getting pneumonia saved you, buddy. Fascist. Yeah. Gilded... Listen, Gilded being sick saved me, apparently, from being roundly mocked on the internet. Carl Jones and Billy trial just started 7 minutes ago. I have not followed any of that. So I don't even know who's... I don't know much about Carl either. He's a bit of a blind spot for me, but I don't know. Keep me up to date, and I'll give live updates that you tell me from chat, and I'll read them off. I might look at it. Depending on what the outcome is, because I'm not even sure what the context of the trial is. Kubato with the 5. I know you're an asshole, but Lin still made the most retarded argument for it. I mean, that is true. That is true. I didn't see anything, Chris, and you can't prove I did in a court of law. Also true.
Bit. I know once we get this equipment in the office, there's nothing stopping Coffee Brand Coffee from being in the grocery stores.
Weird collar guy, fuck, member for 12 months. Thank you, buddy. Since when are you a fascist? Who says? I got called a fascist recently. It ruined my life. It has ruined my life. Draven, gold star, please. Thank you for the 5. Your wish. Well, wish. Your super chat is my command. Please enjoy this gold star chat. Well done. Well done, guys. You are, as always, the best. Me. Give me your play button. Give me your play button, Jeremy. Give me your play button. Okay, let me get chat on screen. Just seeing fucking... What are you guys talking about? Oh, God. Well done, guys. Please enjoy the gold sticker. And chat is now on screen. Okay, and we've also got... Kubato with the 2. Anyway, gotta go. Have a good stream, Beckett. Thank you, Kubato. Have a lovely evening. Kristinark 5. Beckett told me that he is pro the camps in Poland. I do love camping. I don't know what camps you're talking about, Kristinark. I'm just a little guy. Just a little guy. Okay, let's go back to it. Fuck. Kill me.
Maybe as soon as the end of this year. Hopefully by next year. And in convenience stores and things like that. We really are at an inflection point where a lot of companies would take on investors. You know, I've got $300,000 almost floating right now in debt. I'm just being dead serious because of the huge stock up for Mother's Day. Now I got to buy this machine I wasn't planning on buying. And, but if we come out the other side of this, we will be fully stocked on Amazon. We'll be fully stocked on our website. We'll be fully vertically integrated. So we'll be
fully vertically integrated, protected from the wokes. I fucking can't believe this grift is still going. I actually can't believe it. It's just unbelievable. Why am I being shouted at by Chris in chat? Fuck. How dare you make fun of a man being fucked over by the woke? True. I am a monster.
To lower prices and lower costs. We are doing so much. We handle our own customer service, by the way. Maggie works full-time covering the customer service for our company. I take this seriously because I love this company. And, you know, I don't know why this guy did this, why this is happening now. It's literally the worst possible time with Mother's Day only 2 months away. Like our Mother's Day gift boxes keep us.
I've never been so happy that my mother is dead as I am at this moment. I just the idea that somebody is gifting their mother coffee brand coffee is so fucking depressing. I'm like, at least she didn't live to see this, okay? Like, I can feel as I'm watching this video her pile of ash rumbling
For the whole year. And if I don't buy this machine, you know, get this stuff handled, get this equipment handled, or, you know, we're going to miss that. And I just can't do it. I can't, you know, I could find somebody else to make the boxes, but they're still going to be 5 or 6 weeks out. And then I could still run into the same problem later. So I think this is basically the last piece. We're actually moving into a new building where I'm going to make a storefront where people can walk in and get the coffee, which I think would be really awesome.
This, just like, listening to him sounds so autistic. Okay, so I really like coffee, guys, and I'm going to spend all my money buying coffee so we can ship the coffee so that I can sell people coffee, and then I'll have a nice storefront where people can come and buy the coffee, and I'll hang out there and I'll pour coffee for people, and people will come to me and they'll talk to me about coffee brand coffee and how good our coffee is. It's such good coffee. This is literal autism. This is the, I listen, I've always suspected Jeremy of being a fucking full-blown autist, but it's never been, I don't think I've ever seen it so on display. This is his little fucking obsession. Like, thank God it wasn't steam trains to be talking to us about how he's, like, starting a fucking railway and having to build it across the country. Like, at least this is relatively harmless to everyone other than his audience who are fucking supporting him. Becca, are you going to be featured in Grummz next porno? No. I hope not. Am I gonna get... Chris, is that what it is? I'm gonna get raped. Bring in investors, dude. Why would he bring in investors when he's got thousands of people, millions of people watching him who are apparently fucking morons? Listen, I won't judge you on the content you consume for the vast amount of things. But if you come to me and sincerely tell me, and this has never happened, by the way, this has never happened. No one has ever said this to me. I've never heard anyone say this. Who's watching this guy? Who the fuck describes themselves as a fan of the quartering? Like, it's like saying that you like watching paint dry and being anally raped. I don't, like, who likes this? Who is this for? Who are these millions of subscribers? What is going on? It's fucking unbelievable.
That should be open later this year. And I have no interest in opening up coffee shops, but maybe a couple of pop-up shops where it's available would be cool. But I am reaching out, hoping, asking for you to pick up this pre-order Founders Vault Pack. I'll be signing everything all night tonight. And if you don't like flavored coffee, you can just go to shop and you can go to coffee or K-Cups. And we have all of our, double calf. We have decaf. We still have some gingerbread coffee available. That's 50% off right now. We have our cold brew coffees, which is really good. We have everything in K-Cup form, strawberries and cream, blueberry cobbler, all this stuff. We have something for everyone on coffeebrandcoffee.com, and I'm hoping you can help me stick it to this guy and just no more relying on anyone else. Lesson learned. Hopefully,
See, isn't that fucking interesting? I hope you can help me stick it to this guy. That's like the Courting's whole brand. It's spiting like other fucking groups of people. You don't know anything about this guy. Maybe this guy's machine broke and he doesn't have a massive fucking audience to go and grift to Quartering. Maybe the machine is broken, you fucking asshole. Maybe you shouldn't have bottlenecked your entire fucking business to one particular vendor. Maybe that was an intensely stupid thing to do if this is your, like, primary thing. And maybe you should sell a fucking plane. I see you woke up and decided today would be the one. Let's make it hard for Molly to defriend her problematic husband to respective friend states. Shh, they're not watching at the moment. You don't have to tell them, Molly. I'm very tired.
I mean, this will cover a chunk of it, a nice chunk of it. And, you know, once Mother's Day comes around, I'll be able to pay off all the rest of it. Or if we sell a bunch of Trump books, but those are supposed to be for the studio. So literally the worst time imaginable to have this happen. And you guys have all been so helpful and thoughtful and supportive with all my various endeavors over the years. Some of them worked, some of them didn't work, but the coffee company is working. I'm not taking on any investors. We want to do this ourselves, but I can't do it without your help. And I sincerely hope you'll consider picking up this Founders Pack, which will be linked in the description. Or if you just go to coffeebrandcoffee.com, it's right on the homepage. Or picking up something. Support small business. We really, you know, we're about a dozen employees. And we really care. We care about you. We care about our coffee. We care about our organic teas. If you're not a coffee person, we have organic teas available. We have something for you. And then remember us around Mother's Day. All of our gift boxes will be available on Amazon, so you can get them free next day shipped. Making less money, but it's about expanding the reach of us. I'm taking this very seriously, and we've come so far exclusively because of all of you. And I wanted to reach out one more time and see. We've got about 800 of these Founders Packs left, and that's it. Please pick one up today.
Take a shot every time he says coffee. You'd be dead. You'd be dead. No, I'm not. I wasn't muted. I'm just like, I can't believe. I just can't believe that this is what this man has been reduced to. This is low even for Jeremy.
And if you don't like the flavored coffee, then there's a bunch of other stuff you can get. Although I highly recommend this. Maggie and I and my wife worked very, very hard dialing this flavor in. Multiple iterations. The freeze-dried strawberries are ridiculously delicious too. And they'll all be signed, numbered. And
what is that? Like, you're repeating over. I mean, I know it's a sales pitch, but fuck me. Right, let's see this Daily Wire thing. Daily Wire in financial trouble. More firings, rejected credit cards. Oh, the irony. Let's see if the quartering understands what fucking irony is. This is like 2 to 3 days after his fucking coffee video. Oh, maybe 5 days. Whatever. Oh my god. Listen, he does not look good. He does not look good. That beard is patchy. He's graying. That hat looks like... Why is that hat so dirty? Don't you know that you should buy a hat for your hat?
Things may be worse off at the Daily Wire than expected. I do want to point out, I think the Daily Wire is by far a net positive in this space, and over the years has provided a lot of great entertainment and commentary. And I would also argue that regardless of what happens to Daily Wire Inc., people like Matt Walsh will be fine. Michael Knowles will be fine. Ben Shapiro will be fine. The company looks like it is in the midst of a restructure, as the CEO, Jeremy Boring, stepped down last week. And then only days later, another big surprise person fired at the Daily Wire amidst apparent financial woes. Now, I found it very difficult to believe that the Daily Wire, run by Ben Shapiro, would have any issues at all with money, but it looks like that might actually be playing out as true, which is bonkers. They must have mismanaged their money at an apocalyptic level.
You own 3 planes, apparently, and you can't manage a coffee company. Like, this is... I'm in shock.
To burn through all that chocolate money and razor money and $15 a month Daily Wire subscriptions and all this kind of stuff. This is wild. And, I don't take a lot of joy in, if this company were to go down. I don't like some of the things they do, but I do think that, like, them creating family-friendly kids content is a good thing. Them giving Gina Carano a job.
I have no comment. It's just a weird thing to say.
A good thing. But then they kind of made a series of really odd decisions. Bringing in Jordan Peterson was weird to me. Probably couldn't afford that. Letting Brett Cooper go. Getting rid of Candace Owens. It all seems to go back to Jeremy Boring, his potential ego, and many other things going on. But, Ben Shapiro also getting in a lot of heat for, his opinions on JFK. Let's look at all this. By the way, huge shout out. I'm giving
his opinions on JFK? What? You mean the fact that Twitter went insane and started claiming that it was Israel who killed JFK? You mean those opinions when Ben Shapiro was, like, assumingly, Ben Shapiro said that that's fucking mental. That's an insane thing to think from a single reference to Israel in the JFK files. Oh my fucking god, how did we end up here? I'm gonna be honest with you. I was scrolling through Twitter the other day, and even I genuinely was looking at Twitter and was like, this is hilarious, but how have we ended up here? Like, how have we ended up at this point where, like, one of the biggest social media, like, look at what Facebook is. Facebook now is just AI and, like, capturing people's elderly parents in a weird loop of conspiracy theories. Twitter is just, like, right-wing bots and propaganda. So much so now, by the way, that people are starting to realize that's what it is on the left and start making, like, serious comments and then go, oh no, I realize where I am now, don't worry, just ignore me. And then ignore the comments or hate they get because they're just like, whatever. Like, Twitter's become an insane bubble echo chamber. Like, you never, like, I'm all for free speech. Obviously, it's a real strong position of mine. And I'm not saying that anything needs to particularly change about it, but I'm amazed that nobody is looking at this and going, yeah, we should probably, like, I don't know, step in somewhere and be like, hey guys, maybe spreading misinformation and propaganda about the JFK assassination in 2025 is a little fucking mental, isn't it? Like, that's a little weird. That's a very strange thing you've done there.
multiple shout-outs today to Meta PCs. They are the only computer I use, and the brand new NVIDIA graphics cards are out. You can get Intel chips, AMD chips, gaming computers, business computer, ready-to-ship computers, fully custom builds, whatever you want. And you can save money with promo code The Quartering. Or,
oh my god, shut the fuck up.
1,000 square foot building.
Please tell it. Okay, also shut the fuck up.
Should you not want coffee. Now, the president of the Daily Wire, John Lewis, just stepped down amid financial struggles. Once a top lieutenant and recently ousted co-founder Jeremy Boring, sources say his departure was inevitable after internal backlash over the company's financial mismanagement. I mean, this is pretty wild. Now, if we go back, the news kind of broke last night, but this actually...
You don't need to watch the rest, seriously? Okay, thank you. I hate this guy so much. I hope he falls into a coffee machine. I don't hope he dies. I just hope it, I think that would be funny. I hope his wife and company, releases a memorial roast of him. Okay, that's the quartering. I was hoping he'd be more broke than this, but it just sounds like he's grifting again, and I mean, like... I mean, it's Jeremy, of course he's grifting. It's not like he's got a fucking personality to sell. Jeremy, like... Do you know what's weird? Jeremy's one of these people who, like... I think... I've described as before, like, people who are true believers and people who are just selling you an idea. And Jeremy is very much, in my opinion, in the latter category. Like, true believers are people like Null, Richard Spencer, who else? Thunderfoot. Okay, I'm trying to think of some people on the left who I'd describe as true believers. But most of that, like, I'll be honest with you, most of the people on the left are fucking just as grifty, if not more grifty than the right, frankly. But true believers, true believers are crazy, but I have a special place in my heart for, because I think I can admire people who, like, just actually believe a thing. But people like the quartering don't really believe any of this. If the quartering had fallen into a left-wing sphere, he'd be left-wing, okay? Xanderhall. Yeah, I'd say Xanderhall's probably a true believer. And I just find it pretty fucking disgusting, I'll be honest with you. Anita Sarkeesian. Sarkeesian's not a true believer. Sarkeesian's a grifter. Sarkeesian was always a grifter. What the fuck? I can't put that on screen, Chris. I can't put that on screen. What is wrong with you? Think what Mally will have to explain to people if I put that message on screen. Jesus. Most people should be trying to find true beliefs like Will. True! Oh, dude. Have I done it? Have I finally done it? Have I got you guys to the point where Will and his channel is going to be an endless meme on this channel in my chat? Let's fucking go. I asked for so little. I am Alex believes in bricks. Fucking Alice released a 750-page document, and before you ask, yes, we're going through it to see if there's anything interesting cut out of it. Fuck. Okay, right. Let's talk about Grummz. Now, I started off talking about Grummz a little bit earlier in the introduction. Grummz is a Twitter person. He does Twitter things. Gaming person. I believe he worked at Blizzard, if I'm correct. And has been leading the crusade against the woke ideology on Twitter. You know, all those tweets of the gaming industry is too soy and left wing. And I mean, like, listen, do you want to know how bad this is? I agree, by the way, that there is shit going on in the gaming industry with people's ideologies that are absolutely fucking it into the ground. And it's leading to some terrible games. It's led to some terrible fucking movies. For those of you who watched The Critical Drinker came out with a video today which was fucking banging on the fact that Amazon just removed its basically Kathleen Kennedy equivalent, who's responsible for a lot of the shit that's come out of Amazon in the last couple of years. In the last sort of like decade of Amazon, actually, I suppose. Maybe not that long. Quite a while, though. And it's like, you inject your politics into these things, and everyone else has to suffer for it. And it's not even good. It's not even good. So, please bear with me here, because I really want to emphasize, I agree with the problem that is being highlighted by these people. I genuinely agree with it. I have seen it occurring for years. I was around for Gamergate. I was very much on the side of, you know, get the fucking feminists away from my video games. I'm still, as you may notice, pretty anti-feminist and anti-fucking woke scoldy. So for me to think that these people saying this shit are cringe annoying assholes, please understand how bad it's got. Like, I feel politically... This is like the second time in my life where I feel politically homeless. Can you guys all just stop fucking up? Like a perfectly fine, like, rage thing that we all get to have on the internet by being cringe fucking losers. Jesus. Okay. Right. There you go. You don't want to agree with Grummz? He microanalyzes the length of skirts. Yeah, this is the point. It's like the people who, like, I'm sat in... If there's like a war, the people who I'm sort of like stood at least near, I'm like looking around. It's like that meme. You know the stone toss comic? Comic? You know the stone toss comic? Where it's like 4 people pulling like doing a tug of rope war. And like the communist looks over and sees the capitalist next to him pulling against the government. And he's like, what the fuck is going on? Why are we on the same side? That's how I feel about this. I hit Hunter rank 120. Based. I haven't played in a couple of days, so I need to catch up. Listen, since I got the new RAM for the computer, like Monster Hunter is like running so much smoother as well. It's gonna go. Fucking hell. Beckett really went, can't have shit in Detroit. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Anyway, let's get started, because I have not seen this at all either. So this is going to be all fresh to me. I'm just the one person delivering it. Okay, it's what multiple people worked on this. Let's get into it.
One of the leading thought lords of the reactionary right wing is more of a freak than you, I, we, anyone could actually imagine. This all comes with receipts. This is all grounded in facts. This is all quite legally safe for me to talk about. This is all public record. I'm getting this out of the way quickly because I know the person I'm going to be talking about is the kind of person to scream that he's being doxxed, cancelled, and threaten lawyers. This all started from a historic data breach, which isn't actually like quite a safe way to get into this, but when I corroborated it with other sources, I found out that this was just sitting out in the open for anyone to find who knew exactly where to look for a name, a registered company. And then you start pulling on a string and pulling on another string and another string, and you find out that this goes deeper than you would think. Don't worry, Mark. I'm not going to show any more than I have to. You and your family will not be identified. This is not doxing in a meaningful sense that you're going to talk about. This is just you and me having a conversation. Everyone else is along for the ride. By the way, don't...
Did Grummz react to this? Did Grummz react to this? Can someone send that to me? I'm fascinated.
Reuse passwords for shit like this, especially if you're trying to make 2 separate personas with different names that you're going to LARP as for 20 plus years. If you're a 40-year-old man at the time and 60-plus-year-old now, you've done that. I can establish that.
What?
But don't. That's an advice for anyone else looking to start up a separate online persona.
He got drunk on stream. Send it to me.
Completely separate email with a completely separate password. It might actually prevent this. Don't use the same lawyers either, actually. The same lawyers to register your company. There's so many steps that this guy has failed at to protect himself, and it's just all come unraveled.
I'm sorry. Grummz reacted to this on Yellow Flash's channel. What? What? That's fucking mental. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh, God. Fuck. This fucking timeline. Okay.
With publicly accessible information. Also, don't use your real name to register these emails. Your real name's out there on this historical Who Is information. When you update this information, it doesn't go away. It's there. It's stored. The internet never forgets is the phrase I summarize up a lot. The internet never forgets, the internet will never let go, the internet remembers everything that you have done, everything that you have purchased, everything that you have registered. Somewhere deep down until that drive stops spinning, the internet will know, and now we have found it. Some of this, like, disgusting onanist defenders are going to immediately reject the video based on how many subscribers and followers I have, and I don't care. I am a podcaster, I have a normal job. Consider getting one of those before you start trying.
Wait, Beckett, Carl Jobst owes Billy Mitchell over 250,000 in damages? Jesus. Oh, 218k. Slightly better, I suppose. Jesus. That's, oof. Oh, fuck. Well, if I knew the context of the trial or had followed it at all, this would have more impact on me. But, like, I have not. So. But that's fucked. That's fucked.
Trying to swing at me. Most of you are on Twitter for 15 hours a day arguing over whether Yasuke is too woke. Statistically, you don't know me. I know this, you know this, we know this. By the time this finishes, you're going to know me, and that's fine. It's nice to meet you. My name's MLYP. Pause the video, grab a drink. We're going to be here for a while. I want you walking away from this video bemused at the idea that there is a 60-year-old man out there who has a maid outfit wearing VTuber as his public-facing persona, who abuses his parents' goodwill to front up LLC companies so that he can avoid California taxation law, while also trying to drive gamer culture further to the right because he thinks things are just a little too woke for him these days, and his little 60-year-old brain can't handle it. There's a reason I'm showing my face on camera today. There's a reason that I'm not hiding behind an avatar like I normally do. I am better than him. This is just one of the ways. I'm better than him in every way that fucking matters, to be honest, like on a moral level, on a conceptual level, on a how I earn my money level. I am better than this man, and I don't care that you think otherwise. I know this in my belief system and his. I am better. I am going to keep saying that this is very findable information. I am going to keep saying that this is all legally accessible information. This is not being doxxed. This is not being cancelled. I'm going to...
Okay. Fuck. I get it. Holy shit.
None of this is secret information record. You are just going to have to trust me. That's what actually matters deep down. In your bones, you know what's about to come out. These same emails that I'm referring to that were in that data breach earlier have been publicly posted by you in multiple places across multiple whois records. That's a key and public-facing part of internet structure. That is not doxing. That is all right here. House of Cards is coming down on you. You are welcome to scream it's doxing. I will say this once again. This is publicly accessible information that you have posted on the internet and have left it out there for me to talk about. I'm leaning in to make a point because I want you odious little goblin of a man, to really beat this into your thick skull. This is the digital equivalent of a phone book. This is the digital equivalent of me picking up the Yellow Pages, which you are old enough to distinctly remember. I know that you're 60 plus years old, and noticing that two separate people have the exact same phone number and going, wonder what that's about. Asking around and realizing that those two people are the same person. They've just got two names.
Oh my fucking god. Like, come on. Fuck this. I don't care. We're just gonna get to whatever the fuck you're talking about. So, Grummz said he's talking to the FBI about this video. Jesus. Like, okay, I don't know what I was expecting from this, but like, fuck, my expectations were really high, but we're like 13 minutes in before you get to anything. We'll go back a little bit, maybe I'm wrong.
Long game jams. It's not slanderous, libelous, or any other kind of...
Oh my fucking god. Dude, if you're gonna put out a fucking 38-minute video and spent 13 minutes talking about how it's not fucking doxing, maybe don't put the fucking video out. Holy fuck, man. Like, okay, let's be clear about something. Regardless of what you say, he's still gonna say it's doxing or slanderous or libelous, so why are you bothering? All it's making me think... Do you know what the problem is? Like, all it's making me think is... Are you just saying this because you're trying to cover yourself? Because... that's... It feels like you're defending yourself to the audience, not to Grummz. Greg's Herald with 2. Did he mention that this isn't doxing? He said something about it, yes. Okay, let's go.
More about you than anyone should. Draw your blade, pervert. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what I am calling the Gooner Nomicon. Now, this isn't a magic book full of spells that you can only cast one-handed. This is a documentation of Mark Edward Kern, the first in a series of some of the worst onanists, some of the worst masturbators in the gaming sphere, who are trying to mold and manipulate gaming culture to return to a time when they were 12 years old and all they had in life to look forward to is extra cheese sticks and a woman in a bikini. It will become pretty obvious that these men just think with their erections. People forget that hating is an inherently valuable form of critical thinking. I have learned tens of thousands of facts via hating. If you are truly hating, you will take all the time you need to learn everything about the subject you are hating on just to hate better, deeper, efficiently, effectively.
I really hope that this isn't a video where I'm going to start feeling fucking sympathy for Grummz. Like, not sympathy, but it's just like, okay, so you're motivated by the fact that you don't like their takes, and so you're going to point out their perverts. I mean, the story sounds funny, but this dude's just fucking gay. This is just retarded. Like, hey guys. Hey guys, this dude on Twitter who talks a lot of shit about the games industry, right? This Grummz guy. He's a gooner. Okay? And okay, if you don't have more than funny anecdotes about Grummz, I'm gonna quickly stop fucking caring. Metal Man with 2. I just got here and have no idea what is happening. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, listen, you can wind this stream back 20 minutes or whatever fucking time it was, and listen to me be like, let's shit on Grummz. I fucking hate these people. And I am 13 minutes into this video, of which about 40 seconds are him actually talking about the content. I'm annoyed. I'm just annoyed now. Airing out the dirty laundry of people you simply don't like goes pretty hard. Normally, I'd agree with you, but that's not his thesis. His thesis is to go after them based on the fact that it's like, it's not airing their dirty laundry, it's trying to paint people in a particular light to basically discredit them. Not because it's funny, not because it's laugh at the retard, it's because, yeah, like, they're gooners. Don't you know they just want pornography and, like, they just want pornography and sexism in video games? That's all they've ever wanted. And I'm like, that's not hard, that's just gay. That's just annoying. Q-Hood, thank you for the 2, check DMs. Samus with the 2, can't we just bring back dueling? Yeah, that would be great. That would be fucking great. Can't wait till you hear about Debbie-chan. Listen, if there's something good in it, and my opinion might change. At the moment, this guy just seems like a fucking asshole. I'm just kind of annoyed. He doesn't really cover half of Grummz. What is this, then? Hold on, let's see what Q sent. You might get more use on it. Oh, it goes a little same stuff as the video. Give me a second. Because, to be clear, Pochi, member for 1 month. 1 month, 07 at Seething. Thank you, buddy. 07. Okay. Here's the problem. I'd be saying this if someone did this to a fucking left-winger, to be clear. I don't like stuff like this. It's just fucking, like, if you want to laugh at people, if you want to air their dirty laundry, be my fucking guest. I'm all about that shit. You want to be petty and vengeful? Be my fucking guest. I'm all about that shit. But you want to start making fucking political points, like political hit pieces on people over them watching porn or making porn or being into a particular fetish for your own little fucking side? Fuck off. Fuck off. Like, it's just so fucking gay. Don't you know that at one time when he was 17, he watched a porn and smoked the marijuana? Who cares? Like, who cares? Like, shut up. I would, like, you want to laugh at something, we'll laugh at something. You want to fucking, like, try and take someone down. I don't know. Fucking fuck off. Metal Man with the 2. Grummz is terrible, no notes. Yeah, this is my problem. I agree with you. So, why am I watching a video that is, like, has annoyed me to the point where I'm like, see, this is the problem, Metal Man. This is the problem. You gotta remember, in every drama, everyone fucking sucks. Everyone sucks in every drama. That's the keynotes of it. Let's have a look at this. Let's get away from whatever the fuck this shit is. All the information for this story is publicly available, at least it was until Grummz panicked and began trying to purge following a post from friends of the site Western Kabaki. Unfortunately for Grummz, the internet never forgets. You can view the entire timeline here. Grummz. Meet Mark Kern, better known as Grummz, which is what I will refer to him as for the remainder of this piece. If you aren't familiar with Grummz, allow me to share a brief summary of what has been known about this perverted little weasel, and then we will dive in to talk about everything that he's been just waiting there on the internet for someone motivated enough to go looking for. I need some background music. What should we have? What shall we have? Let's go for this, but an instrumental. Let's do this. Is that right? Feels alright. So one of the issues is the guy's apparent use of the game money on his porn stuff. But honestly, the shit we found for the Diesel vid seems to be more biting due to the litigation found. Okay, let's go. Who is this bloviating pervert? Go away. Grummz is the would-be game messiah, a self-proclaimed chieftain of the culture war who coasts on accomplishments that are old enough to rent a car. Grummz worked at Blizzard Entertainment between 1997 and 2005 and has produced producer credits on StarCraft, Diablo 2, and was credited as team lead for World of Warcraft. Okay, your credits may be old, but you've got credits on some of the best games, like in the last, like, what? Like, 20, 30 years? Anyway. The substance and import of his contributions are murky at best. None of his former colleagues from Blizzard or otherwise ever seem to have much to say about him, and when they do, it's usually not positive. His name is also not entirely absent from the exhaustively researched Play Nice, The Rise, Fall and Future of Blizzard Entertainment by Jason Skrilla. You might think someone who has been in the early days and worked as a team lead on development of a game as seminal as well may have some stories to tell. It's a little strange. Well, on the surface it's strange. Once you spend any amount of time getting to know the man, it makes perfect sense. After spending 30 seconds in his Twitter feed, you'll understand why almost any time somebody comments on their experience working with Grummz, it is to comment on his extreme ineptitude, incompetence as a manager, or alleged mishandling or misappropriation of company funds. Interesting. Despite all of this, he is quick to remind people of his supposed instrumentality in shipping the MMO that changed the gaming landscape forever, and often uses it as a cudgel to dismiss dissenters and critics. How could you possibly hope to know as much about the games industry as the guy who helped perfect the MMO? Question: how did the odious pervert become team lead on the title of Seminole as well? Answer: the person who had the job before him developed an ulcer. Alan Adam had given up looking for his replacement and accepted the role of lead designer, which meant he would be with WoW for the rest of the project. Mark Kern had taken over as Shane Deborah's responsibilities as team leader. Since Shane had developed an ulcer, leadership had its costs, nothing had really changed. Everyone knew Mark and Shane were running the show and had been since WoW's beginning. Mark was still the producer for programs, Shane still led the artists, and Carl was still in charge of quests and level designs. I'm gonna have issues with this. See, okay. Here's the problem. We're talking about team lead and everything else, but this is just going, okay. Mark and Shane were basically doing the same thing anyway. Mark just took over the team leadership responsibilities, which is what was, like, happening anyway. The fact that Shane had, like, it's like, that's like transferring your managerial shit as a team lead, where you're doing the additional stuff of, like, running a team. Like, you can say, oh, he only got that title because somebody else had a fucking ulcer, but realistically, he's still on the team and had, like, essentially nothing changed. Like, they both continued doing exactly the same thing. Mark just took over the fucking administrative stuff. That's okay. Here's my issue with this. I know how fucking biased these articles are. I know, guys. I know. I'm really disappointed as well. I know you guys want me to sit here and shit on Grummz. I know that's what you want. But I feel very strongly that this is, like, so biased and so twisted. I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure how much I fucking like this. Because while I'm happy to shit on Grummz, I'm really not, like, I'm not an enemy of my enemy kind of guy. I'm gonna be honest with you. So when I see people doing stuff like this, I'm like, okay, sure, Grummz is a piece of shit. I don't disagree with you. You had me at piece of shit. But, gonna be honest with you, I kind of think you're also a twat. So I'm kind of... There are only horrible players in the game, Beckett. True. Yeah, listen, they all suck. But the problem is, if I sit here and I read this and I'm like, yeah, fuck Grummz, I'm kind of skipping over the part where that's what these people want. This is what whoever put this shit together wants. And I'm not really happy. I'm not really happy with that. I'm not really over enthused about feeling like, because like what this feels like to me is something you put out there, so people like me and people like you in chat read this and start going, oh yeah, look at this thing that Grummz did. And I resent being used in that way. It's relevant less for the editorializing than it is for the lesbian fetish wrestling shit. I'm gonna be honest with you, Q-Hood. I don't really care anymore. If this had been presented to me as completely fucking neutral, I'd be like, yeah, that's funny. Or putting his mum as CEO of his porn business. Yeah, I'd be like, that's fucking hilarious. But I'm so annoyed at this feeling of being manipulated. Even this bit. He was part of the team. The person who was doing the team lead, which is essentially a managerial admin role, had to step down. Mark took over it. And you're presenting this as some twisted thing where he was incompetent. That's actually doesn't really seem to be the fucking case. The porn shit is funny, but also who cares? Yeah. I'm just not. How can you say this is biased and not know anything about Grummz? Like, just go watch the video. I've seen enough fucking Google Docs to know when a Google Doc and like shit like this is not written like honestly. And that's like, oh. It's very lead. And I'm not like a fan. As for the video, this is kind of fucking terrible, honestly, from what I've seen of it. It's 13 minutes of fucking spiteful I'm not doxing you. I'm like, this isn't in defense of Grummz. I'm actually just more interested in kind of what the fuck is going on with these people. Yeah, it's very apparent. This is so transparent. Can you say what's dishonest about it? Okay. If you turned around and said, yeah, Grummz used to be attached to Blizzard, but like that's 20 years ago, he's talking about the games industry now. You can do this with Graham Linian. Like, you've got somebody who once was pretty big in television, had a couple of like really fucking hit shows, and lost his fucking mind and went crazy. And you can kind of go from that moment where he goes insane and move from there and you're fine. But when you start going back over the like later stuff and you start framing it in this particular light, I'm just like, I don't really trust the research you're giving me. That's the problem. I don't know how much to trust this fucking article. Crazy to say this is woke scolding when Grummz is like prima donna woke scold. I didn't say this is woke scolding. I haven't said this is woke scolding at all, mice. My issue isn't that this is woke scolding. My issue is that this is so, like, the way this is written, I don't fucking trust it. Like, I don't know how much to trust what I'm being presented. It's okay to not to know anything. I literally just sat here and explained why I'm having issues, and you're like, no, you can't have issues with how this is presented. What do you mean? I very clearly laid out what I have issues with. I do not think you understand what the issue with this article is. Mice, what the fuck are you talking about? This video and article are blatantly biased and it feels untrustworthy and not worth our time. Yes, that's it. That's all it is. I'm telling you. And you're upset that you have to put in any amount of work yourself. Mice, is this your first day here? Have you been to one of these streams before? Oh, fuck me. Watching Grummz and Smash JT going over the video is where the funnier lolcow is at. Yeah, we might just move to that. I'll be honest with you, like, I don't know. I didn't care much about, like, Grummz to begin with, other than the fact that I'm like, fuck these people. But, yeah. This, 13 minutes of I'm not doxing you, and he's a gooner, guys, along with weird reframing of his history at Blizzard. You can be like he's useless. Give me a fucking statement from the people he worked with. "20 years of this guy being incompetent." You're just like, this is too biased, I won't touch it. I don't really think you understand what the fuck I'm talking about. if you want me to talk about somebody, if you want me to like analyze somebody, it's very simple. Just give me the facts. Like I'd probably agree with these people. Like I'd probably agree that Grummz is incompetent. And like the fact that he's not in the industry, the fact that he's a shitter on Twitter, like posting about how video games are like hyper woke now and it's destroying the industry. And I've got fucking... There is a stream on this channel, Mice, where I am bitching about people doing what Grummz does. Like, I did this like 2 weeks ago. I've got very clearly stated positions on this shit. And you're like, well, he's not shitting on the person I hate in the way that I want him to. So he must be lazy. Oh, fuck. Yeah, don't give a stupid fucking preamble. Just give me the fucking information. You want to talk about someone, present it by jingling keys in front of my face, or else I'll use chat as a distraction? No, you fucking retard. I want the opposite of that, Mice. Mice, are you, like, I can't tell whether I'm being trolled or you're actually fucking retarded. Like, I actually can't fucking tell. It's so rare for somebody to come into chat and be this fucking infuriatingly dumb. Holy fuck. Dude, just press play? Do you know what? I'm actually not beyond stopping content to tell someone to fuck off. Like, this is the problem. I've got an article in front of me, which is biased and annoying. I've got you in chat going, Grummz is fucking terrible. I hate this guy. And you're making me sympathetic to this twat. What are you doing? What has Grummz done to you people? Holy fuck. Oh my god, Gamergate was a mistake. Okay. Right. How do I want to approach this now? Let's have a look at this guy. So. What the fuck? This is literally it. All for $10.
Hello everyone, my name is Emma.
Let's have a look at MLYP. Because now I am curious. When was this? 9 days ago. The kids are using TikTok as a search engine. Okay. You might slightly have my attention. Carl Jobset lost the fucking lawsuit? Yeah, I've heard.
LYP, and I'm here to welcome you to the next episode of All This for $10, an internet history podcast that's mostly about a dead gay comedy forum, the one you'd call something awful. I stress the mostly. Every 2 weeks we delve into the comedy goldmines and find some something awful nonsense of the past, and on the off weeks like this one, well, that's when I find some other stuff. Stuff that I think you'll like, and we'll have a chat. As always, you can...
Something awful stuff from the past. Does he mean actually something awful? Wait. Digital gravestones and how you'll be
everyone.
remembered. Pinko with the 10. Lol, take my money, you beautiful angry ginger. Thank you, Pinko. Good evening. How you doing?
Welcome to All This for $10. My name is MLYP. You know me, I have names and stuff. I'm trying something new today. The main meat and potatoes of all this for $10 is always going to be discussing a dead gay comedy forum, better known to most as Something Awful. Always will remain the main focus of this podcast.
Bro! He does Something Awful lore? Okay. He's... he's growing on me.
I will never say that the archives of Something Awful are running empty. They are deep, they are bountiful, they are heaving with tales of men blowing fingers and crowdfunding sad hot dog stands. It is a well that is deep, it is strong, it is full of topics that I will get to in due time. A lot of this stuff is a laborious process full of archives trawling and a surprising amount of...
I think he means Something Awful the website. Yeah. It's actually interesting to see someone do archival content on it.
slurs and dead men, dead users, dead goons. It's something that's been confronting as I'm going through and doing this, and I wanted to talk about it a little bit. I also want to start doing more episodes on a regular basis and give you guys a little more content. My long-term goal will be to discuss the internet at large, dredging up archives, telling stories, and having discussions about different parts of the internet's life cycle. That will be on like the off weeks, like every 2 weeks will be a Something Awful thing, and then every once in a while I'll have another idea where we'll commit the crime of remembering.
Do you know what the ironic thing is? I've realized that the amount of fucking anger this dude has towards Grummz, and the amount of effort he and others have seemingly gone to dig into this guy's history is the sort of shit Jenny would do. When she's annoyed at somebody, she's like, I'm gonna... Unironically, I'm a little more sympathetic seeing this, because it's the sort of thing that's led to some of the deepest research this channel has done over time. Where Jenny just fucking activates on somebody. Because like Jenny going over the Baphomet stuff was fascinating. Because she was like, what's a good way to put it? No one really cares or remembers Baphomet other than being like a random meme these days. So watching her dig into those old forums was... yeah, really, like, I like this. I want more of this. You were given your orders, you were given time, you were given more leeway than most, and yet I find this planet unprepared for the arrival of our Mexican Empire. The Empire anticipated your resistance, which is why they sent me. I am Philippe, and I am your last chance to fulfill your destiny. Have you told... did Dame Peso send you? Like...
But on a different topic, we have Trip Report coming up for Patreon, where I'll be looking at some real...
You mean the deleted video? I do. I am sad that got deleted. I got DMs about it. I was like, why is it down?
perverts I found on Wikipedia. I have a Neopets script all written that's going to be coming up in the future.
A Neopets script. Let's fucking go. Okay. Okay, autism to the max. Love to see it.
As well.
Philippe's like, who?
Again, that'll be a trip report, but this part here where I'm talking about internet culture and how that's changed and how society's reacting to it, it's something that I'm going to be calling general bullshit, or GBS. At least to start. I might change it if I get some feedback, but today we're going to be talking about something that I'm calling digital gravestones and how you will be remembered forever.
Fuck, if this is what the Grummz video was, I'd still be watching it. That's so fucking annoying. That's even... I don't know whether to be more annoyed or less annoyed. Oh my fucking god. What's going on with Grummz? I don't know. He was into porn when he was like a teenager and he's a fucking fetish freak. I mean, really, who's surprised? Who's surprised that fucking Grummz has these kind of fucking skeletons in this closet? Like... Fuck me. This is what the second half is. It gets good, I swear. Okay, look. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch some of this. And if I am like, if by like, I don't know, 10 minutes into this video, I am less pissed off about this fucking, like, the fucking anti-Grummz fans, then we'll watch it, okay? Because, like, as those of you who've been around for a while know, I am not beyond shifting an entire fucking content plan to, like, move on to another topic out of spite, okay? But, the fact that he actually has done old archival stuff, the fact that he talks about things like Something Awful, even if this is a little fucking soy, is starting to win me over a bit.
Hello, welcome back. This is All This for $10. My name is MLYP, Cameron, Solace. Depending on where you meet me, I have different names, but for now I am MLYP. Today's episode is a new segment, a new version of All This for $10. The regular schedule where I'm dredging things up from the comedy goldmine and talking about Something Awful will be continuing as usual. The next episode will be dropping next week. They're every 2 weeks. That will always stay the same. It's on the off weeks where I'll be trying new things, trying new segments. It will still be related to Something Awful in a way, or the internet at large, from the internet back when you could go onto websites and surf the web before things became siloed in the way they are now, where everything is a chat app, everything is a social media. I want to talk about internet culture from the past as it relates to today, and get some thoughts off of my head. This is a segment that I'm calling General Bullshit. It is still internet related. It is still Something Awful related in a way, I can assure you. The Something Awful part of this is actually what got me to start writing about this. I'm going to talk about dead internet theory in 2 ways. Dead internet theory is real in my head, in the sense that the internet is increasingly made up of bots conversing with bots. And for the uninitiated, the dead internet theory is the idea that the vast majority of internet traffic, all the posts you're seeing, all the users you're seeing...
Did mice get banned? No. No one gets banned. Are you kidding? It's been ages since someone's pissed me off that much from chat.
Are being replaced with bots and AI-generated content, and that people are no longer shaping the direction of the internet. This theory comes from a crackpot guy on a forum that's been taken up whole cloth, and I think it's real. AI content is in the driver's seat now, either intentionally or unintentionally reshaping the internet into a controlled algorithmic form that only exists to sell products and ideas. You, instead of having a website which is for a specific purpose, your stick deaths, your Something Awfuls, your here's my web ring, and this is where I talk about Team Rocket. Everything is now algorithmic on a timeline. You have your Instagrams with your timeline, Meta timeline, TikTok timeline. TikTok, if you're a TikTok addict like me, I spend like an hour a day on TikTok for my job, you will see hundreds of comments of people that either need padded helmets to exist, or they have to be bots, replying to Minecraft videos with AI text-to-speech of Reddit posts, which are becoming more and more obviously written by AI by the day. And it's that kind of content's called sludge content, by the way. I'll do another episode on that at some point in the future, but there's a second dead internet theory in...
AI content is mostly watched by children. That, and I'm convinced that Nick Diorio has an investment somewhere in it. Listen, when AI takes over like half of YouTube, blame Diorio.
That I have, in the sense that the internet will inevitably become full of more dead than alive. Like, I genuinely don't think it's a stretch to say that very soon these bots will be nothing but ghosts of long past posters. And, like, we are going to be talking about people dying today. I have gone through a bit of a weird relation to death in the last year. My grandmother passed away 10 months ago. This Tuesday, I was told that one of my coworkers in my day job was about to do the same after a medical incident. And half of this is me processing it and dredging up some thoughts that I had from the previous episode and some episodes that I'm doing as I'm upcoming. I want to go through these thoughts, think about how dying and how the internet is changing the way we're looking at death in society. The core statement that I come back to again and again is the internet doesn't let you die the same anymore. It's like, sure, if you were famous and you had some works squirreled away, there would be posthumous releases of your work. Many such cases there. But the internet never forgets, and it doesn't want to let go. And like the internet never forgets is a core statement. It used to be that you'd never put an image online because it would just always come back and haunt you. The digital footprint is real. And that's going to keep happening long after you shuffle off the mortal coil. So let's talk about death. I want to put this into perspective first. There are currently 8 billion people-ish.
Nice, shut up. Like, he's winning me over. He's winning me over. We might actually get to the point of talking about Grummz and me listening to this guy. Can you shut the fuck up, retard? Okay? I'm literally doing the thing you were bitching I wasn't doing that I do all the fucking time, which is researching the thing we're talking about and who the source is, retard. You come and say, like, I'm sat here enjoying this content, being won over, and Mice comes in. Oh, I can't believe you're watching this, and Grummz is just getting away with it. Like he's your fucking... What did this guy do? Did he rape your parents? What is going on with you? Are you good, bro? What is wrong? Like... Chill out. Fuck me.
Walking the planet. And the number I have here is from 2022. There have been an estimated total of almost 110 billion humans that have shuffled off and died already. To put that into a number that's a little easier to understand, that is roughly 94% of all humans that have ever lived. That's weird to think about. 56 million people die every year, which is, again, a number much larger than the human brain can comprehend. Obviously, the most common reason for dying is aging, followed closely by cardiovascular disease. You have peaks and valleys of this as pandemics roll through. And look, you're going to be asking, why the fuck are you talking about this on a podcast about a dead gay comedy forum? And look, like I said, the internet doesn't want to let go. Most content on the internet will eventually...
This is unironically a fascinating way to look at old internet forums. Like, looking at ED now, like, one of the things that's kind of struck me is how similar Encyclopedia Dramatica was to, like, modern Discord communities. And MLYP is talking about the fact that something awful in, like, old internet sites that are pretty much dead, and their relation to actual, like, death passing through time is actually just an interesting comparison. It's really fascinating to see how certain people's minds work where they're interacting with this stuff, especially the archival stuff. And unironically, while he is on like a pretty heavy tangent, and we'll see where it goes, we'll give it another couple of minutes. I'm actually not hating at all this guy's work.
Be from dead people, preserved as tiny magnetized regions of a hard drive, spinning away forever until a catastrophic hardware failure or meteor takes it out, I guess. There is always a...
But archival podcasts, this is good. Most of them are a complete fucking mess.
Chance it gets deleted. As I was writing the script, Twitch...
This guy is as dry as a corpse, as also stuff with crackers. He's a researcher. He's essentially... Yeah, he's a researcher. It's what I'd expect.
Announced that they were unilaterally removing hundreds of thousands of hours of Twitch VODs that they had been storing for free. This was a casualty of large language models, AI, demanding more and more data center space and processing power, and their demand for this space making it so it made more economic sense to cater to their needs than the comparatively cheaper dead storage that these Twitch VODs would take up. But in general, memory is and has been so cheap in the last decade or so that it's easier just to keep it forever. And the inevitability of this is that when you die, it's going to be left there and accessible mostly forever. Like, this is more so than at any part of recorded history. We've never had this afforded to society before. I've been working on a few Something Awful scripts recently and just found threads where people have just died in the middle of them. Mostly from drugs, mostly from their own stupidity. They are dead. Their profiles are left standing forever as a monument to hubris and of their last moments that until recently was a rarity. My pilot episode, which I'm going to redo in the future as a proper trailer that you're going to see on Spotify, that had forums user Dignity Van Houten potentially offing themselves accidentally via KFC 11 Herbs and Spices Firelog. Very funny way to go out. If they're dead, they're dead, and that is their last action that I can find, and it's preserved forever as long as something awful is alive. And Frank Fanfic claimed another one, the subforum Fiad, Fuck You and Die, a cliquish subforum where the only rule is be funny, had this shitposting extravaganza where you had to sneak the funniest Wikipedia edits in, and after being banned from Wikipedia, it's alleged that forums user Ty Pepper shot himself in the ass and passed away from complications. There have been multiple drug victims over the years, the Crackhead Clubhouse claiming a victim or two in their time. Like, I'm doing a research on an episode of a drug called De Juice.
Okay. I like this guy again. Something awful mod badge for sale, never worn. Did anyone actually fucking mod that website properly? People talking on chat isn't harassing. I agree. This is why no one gets banned from chat. Why Mice was able to come back and bitch at me again. Okay. Right. I do want to see Grummz crash out. However, I'm a little bit more won over. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to go past this shit. And I actually just want to see his research. Okay? So, Mark Kern, let's go from
In
here.
1968, Grummz comes into the world. Mark Edward Kern. He is a former video game executive. 1992, he gets his bachelor's degree in
Listening to Nerth Dark Waters during this makes it a lot more somber than I thought it would. I think his music choices are good. I think they're solid.
cognitive science from the University of Rochester. He eventually gets his doctorate from Boston University School of Law with a specialization in IP. He goes on to found Qualia Games in Boston, developing a top-down 2D shooter called Crixer. This is with Blizzard's backing, and he loves the name Crixer. Crixer is eventually cancelled by Blizzard, they do pull the funding, and Qualia shuts down. There's not enough money to pay the payroll. Blizzard used this as a way to get some talent, and Mark is unfortunately the only one to take them up on that offer. He eventually moves on to...
Thank you, Hornet. Go back to something awful video. Okay. I want the cliff notes of some of this. Foxy Fighter.
SAS is located. They're a French company, but Mark Kern is the registrant. Now, Mark Kern isn't a unique name, but there's later information that basically proves that this is him. Now, what is FoxyFighter.com? To put it as simply as possible, FoxyFighter.com is sexy catfight hentai. It is a website run by a persona called Debbie-chan, but Debbie-chan is Mark. And that's underselling it. He has, over the course of 20 plus years, collected a variety of live-action catfights, drawn hentai catfights, quite a bit of like run-of-the-mill porn. However, there are multiple stories where his persona, Debbie, violently sexually abuses women.
So he was a Tumblr user. Like, okay.
It's been scrubbed at this point. As soon as Grummz got a sniff that people were investigating this, he ripped down as much as he could. Unfortunately, we archived most of it. The email addresses that we found share passwords. When searching a pwn database, which is a database of dumped passwords and email addresses, we found a Foxy Fighter email sharing the same password as Mark Kern's email. Fascinating, huh? We also found this one.
Wait, what? Pretty Little Girl 18? Christ.
I'm just leaving that out there. Moving on. July 21st, 2001 is the earliest capture of FoxyFighters.com. On February 28, 2002, Debbie wins second place in the third Seeking Femfights story competition, so he is actively making this stuff. And on March 24, 2003, we get RussianCatfights.com. This is another site owned by Mark. He confirms it on a Twitter post. March 22nd, 2004, we get an archive of Latina Catfights. This is also owned by Mark. June 28, 2004, access to Foxy Fighter goes for about $10 a month. Posts are stories and drawn artwork. November 13, 2004, World of Warcraft releases. This is effectively the pinnacle of Mark's career. He's credited as team lead. He says he works on drafting the TOS in ULA and does licensing with China. He leaves Blizzard shortly afterwards. He says he's going to go and be with some family. So I don't blame him. Like, that was a very hard process, even if he was apparently a bit of a shithead. Look, no one's spoken about him in a good light in Blizzard, really. Like, not in a way that I think a team lead should in this role. Very shortly afterwards, him and a few other Blizzard employees found Red 5 Studios. So he obviously had a couple of friends who wanted to work with him, but he's not really mentioned in a lot of these retrospective books. It's real fascinating. June 15th, 2005, RussianCatfights.com is closed due to changes in US law. And on August 18th, 2005, LatinaCatfights.com is closed to the same changes. So I don't want to point out that this is anything egregiously sinister. This was a change that was required in the porn industry to have verified records of the performers. Before this law, those records were not kept. Blizzard in 2008 had some problems. People were stealing breast milk from the fridge. This is attributed to Mark. People call him the breast milk bandit. He wasn't working there at the time, and he's not the breast milk bandit. It's funny to think he is. Please keep doing it. It's very funny. But we found dozens of breast milk photos on foxyfighter.com, so smoke this fire, huh, Mark? October 17th, 2008, as forum admin on freecatfights.com, Debbie recommends a Japanese breast milking series to another forum member and reveals that he owned latinacatfights.com. Now, you might notice that this is forum admin with a Batman avatar. This was scrubbed about a day ago. But this is him. April 23rd, 2009.
You know, okay. Right. Okay, we might move to the crash out. What the fuck am I watching? It's like the history of Mark, the history of Grummz. There's oh fuck. I think, okay, a lot of things are starting to click for me now. I've sort of made the connection to this guy being very similar in some ways to Jenny. Now, you all know that Jenny is the other half of this channel, okay? And over time, we've had to work to, like, make sure that content is presented in a way that isn't completely fucking unhinged and crazy. And I'll be the first to admit there have been, like, things that this channel has presented over time, like whether it's the way some things like with the Shadman list were presented, where I'm like, that wasn't presented well. Even the Alice Hayes stuff, like one of our first things that ever went, like, viral, quote unquote, is like something that I look at and I go, fuck, that was the flagging was all wrong on that. Like, people thought we were trying to come after Alice, and it was a whole fucking thing. The knowing that he's a researcher, this is very much like a dump of information where it's like, all of this is a nuke. And you've got certain people who are going to find this funny, some people who may care. But it's a really dangerous, it's like a really weird position to take, because, what's a good way to put this? The people who are attacking Mark are very much of a political orientation, generally speaking. And again, I don't think that's everyone, certainly, because, fuck, I find Grummz obviously very fucking annoying on Twitter. But it's one of those where, like, I'm not sure where to, like, put my level of care on this porn stuff other than it being funny that he's a gooner, and I'm like, sure, which is why we're probably going to move to the crash out. But, like, here's my issue. Here's what I keep coming up against when I'm looking at this porn stuff. If this was a left-wing creator, if this was, like, a fucking feminist, or somebody in sex work, or, like, a trans person or a furry, and the right started going after them for their, like, fetishes, they'd be like, well, why are you such a prude? Why are you kink shaming? This is so lame. And I'm just like, if you wouldn't find it acceptable to go after somebody for something because you're, like, generally going to be approving of that, doing it to somebody else because you don't like the side they're on feels to me like intensely dishonest. So it feels like Twitch poll blood sports. Yeah, this is what's putting me off it. And I don't think that's MLYP's fault. I genuinely don't, from seeing his other, like, just seeing a little bit of his other content. I think this is just misframed that particularly somebody like me is going to see this in a very negative light and get very annoyed by it. Which is, like, unironically, like, I will always tell you when a piece of content or, like, a story or something that's happening is, like, annoying me. And that's how I feel about this. Okay, we're going to go and watch his crash out because I think that's going to be funnier. And I think I'm going to enjoy that more. I will say this for MLYP. I think if he keeps doing research stuff, if he like he brings the like, I don't know, thoughtfulness of his podcast episodes to these videos, I think they'll be so much fucking better. I think they'll be so much better. And I genuinely think if he's that level of researcher, which he looks like, I hope that he does really well. But for me, this isn't it. We're going to go watch Grummz crash out drunk on Yellow Flash. Okay, let's grab this.
So this is
Okay. Let's move to Grummz. Let's go to the crash out.
a new subject to me.
Hey, Thuman.
Grummz.
Thuman, where's the video, Thuman? Metal Man with 2. Beckett never tells us when he hates things. Fuck's sake.
Told me about this a little bit before the stream started.
You didn't hear about this?
I don't pay too much attention. You've got so many haters, man. I don't.
Yeah, you got so many haters, dude. If we had to keep track of your haters, man, like even in my own fucking DM groups, man, like I gotta hear this shit.
Alyssa is salivating over it. Airbag is salivating over it. You know, McDizzle is salivating over it. Everybody that
I'd like to point out the number of other woke YouTubers in this call. Yeah, who have we actually got? Hold on. Smash JT, Tom Connors, Raging Rhino. That Star Wars girl. Jesus Christ. Oh,
Blabs. Is Blabs like
Blabs is I think she's ready, man. I think she is ready to latch on to this because
dude, she has a hard on for you in a way I've never seen before, man.
I don't have no problem with Blabs. I like Blabs.
No problem with Blabs.
I like Blabs. I
like her
I don't
too,
know where
but
it comes from.
It's crazy.
But she definitely doesn't like me. So yeah, this Western Kabuki, right? It's a podcast. They got a YouTube channel. They got like a Spotify, and they only have like, I don't know, 3,000, 4,000 subs, right? But
they have a big Patreon, like you said.
But they got a huge Patreon. They're pulling
$7 grand. It's a
$7
lot.
grand a month on Patreon.
What? How?
You said money pulled out. No, I'm just kidding.
Dedicated fans,
part
man.
of it is I'm going to explain this in the expose that they supposedly have on me, which is they don't know anything about it. You know what? We're going to go farther. They got an expose. They got the tip of the iceberg, man. Just the tip. I got the whole thing for you guys tonight.
So we're not playing just the tip tonight.
We're not playing just the tip.
Because usually it ends like
once Grummz turns off his PFP, that's when it becomes Kino. Okay, so Grummz comes in, they're making an expose on him, comes into this fucking live stream. Jesus Christ. Okay.
it starts with just the tip.
Grummz
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And they got like 50K likes on it too, and they are milking this for clout so much.
Well, how many of those are actual people? Because we know they pay for bots all the time. So.
Well, I mean, $7 grand a month. I guess they could pay for some bots.
I'm gonna expose Grummz right now. He eats pizza the other way around.
The bots thing is real though. Did you see the Twitch woman? She showed her view bot thing.
Oh yeah, that was
Anyone else? Grummz doesn't put the toilet seat down after he's done either. Boom.
But you can always tell if someone's view botting because of the way the chat moves. Like, look at the way our chat's moving right now. Like, that's 3,000 people.
Well, you know, Elon and I got botted and ratioed from Ubisoft. And people were like slamming me about that for days. And as soon as it turns out that Ubisoft needed $1 billion of investment to save their asses and to transfer and sell all their IPs to a subsidiary, they shut up real quick. So,
listen, I'd sacrifice Ubisoft in a fucking heartbeat, but watching Ubisoft fucking like post on the official channel to Elon Musk about him fucking paying for his Path of Exile 2 account, based Kino. Didn't Elon get found out for viewbotting on Twitter? I don't think so. He got found out for basically not knowing how to play Path of Exile, and it was clear that he'd bought his account. So, and it was like one of the top accounts in the world. So it was obvious because he didn't know how maps worked and shit. But I think I think the viewership was probably real. Rags, good evening, buddy. The Assassin's Creed account did get an amazing burn on Grummz. Like, yeah, it was fucking baller. Oh, fuck. Okay, cool. Right, so apparently it gets good when his PFP disappears.
MLYP.
Oh, I actually want to
care.
see him react
You're
to some
in
of this shit.
What's going on? I am so confused.
So there was a model playing Xbox.
Now, what we can do. So let me ask you
time.
something, Grummz. Hold on for a second, real quick. They actually dropped this early because, well, we scooped them. Do you want to react to this?
I have no idea what we're looking at.
So apparently this is the shit that they were going to drop on you.
Hey guys. Oh, we got the video early. Grummz, do you wanna watch the hit piece on you? Grummz, buddy.
This is their gotcha video.
Okay.
This is their
They just
gotcha
dropped-
video.
They're going to show all the. You can't show all of it because
How many
look,
views does it have?
we had
None. They just
very-
dropped it today.
We had
Oh,
very.
it's got
creative
41
writers.
likes.
Yeah, because we scooped them. Because we freaking scooped them. And so they're going to show. I can tell you what they're going to show. They're going to show the most salacious parts and the most BDSM parts of what our writers created here.
It doesn't look like they'd show anything bad.
Didn't you
just
show
going through it.
anything?
They don't show anything.
Oh, there's some.
Tactically speaking, why the fuck would you want to live stream react to a hit piece on you before you check it? Yeah, that's probably not a very smart move to do. As anybody who's been doing this for a while would know. Listen, even people who say they're watching hit pieces on them live and they've never seen it before, people have seen it before. Isn't that potentially a big deal if you know what Grummz knows? Potentially. I mean, the question is, did Grummz know this was coming? It sounds like Grummz knew this was coming, to be honest. Because, like, it's not like this group was particularly quiet, from what I can see. Well, big deal in these circles. People's secret gooner accounts aren't anything meaningful, but it's embarrassing. Good old Lewis McClung, true. Yeah, I mean, does it even matter in these? Like, what circle are we talking about here? Because it's really just like whatever a fucking name is. The fucking anti-gooning gamer girl chick and like fucking Razor Fist. They're like the strongest anti-gooners, like fucking in the public eye anyway. Everyone else is kind of like meh or pro it. Like the whole what was the name of that fucking game where everyone was celebrating the fact that she was wearing skimpy clothing for some fucking reason? Yeah, we're bringing back old gaming again. Amazing. More anti-woke people turn out to be grifters. Damn. I know. After I thought Jack Murphy shoving dildos up his ass and pimping out his girlfriend, like literally pimping out his girlfriend, would be the last time. But alas, the pattern continues. Stellar Blade. There we go.
Screenshots and text.
They just say that you continue to radicalize yourself. If you keep funding him or supporting him, you are willingly throwing your weight behind someone who's deceived and defrauded thousands of gamers while trying to position himself as the savior.
Bring
of
back
gaming.
Rumble Roses. Let's talk about that. I'm the best game developer to bring back Rumble Roses.
I love the game
because that was the niche we targeted.
This is all they have.
Rumble Roses is basically a Western game.
Dude,
with
I got
nothing-
more
with
than
nothing but
that.
hot chicks.
This is it?
They didn't find the good stuff.
This
isn't
weird.
stuff.
They have
What is this? Foxy Fighter? This isn't Lolly or anything. Where's
What is this? Foxy Fighters? Grummz, what's foxyfighters.com, Grummz?
Is the gotcha?
Yeah, there's no.
They don't look like little kids. That would have been something. Now, if that was there, I would have had a problem. But this is like older looking.
I'll be
characters.
honest with you. This is kind of boring. I went and made a sandwich. No offense, Grummz.
Damn it! I thought you'd be offended, Tom. I was gonna get into an argument
When the
with
porn
you.
star didn't do anything but play video games, I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm out.
Well, we did more than that. Do you want to hear the next part?
Well, it's not. It's not.
If it doesn't involve nudity, no.
Grummz, this is a hit
There was
piece.
no
like
nudity.
towards the end of it, they say failed game dev, failed pornographer, failed husband. Which
Oh shit!
what?
No.
Fragile mind, fragile ego, fragile life. Like
I
this
made
is
a
a straight up
shit ton of money. I made a shit ton of money, and you know what? It funded my company when I started Red 5. It funded the start of Red 5.
But it's just curious how they're just.
Okay, that's objectively funny. Like, yeah, my gaming company, funded by porn. Oh, fuck. Okay. I need to see him crash out because unfortunately, like, again, this is part of the problem because it's exactly the way you should react. I'm assuming it gets worse.
It's clearly a hit piece. They just
It is a hit piece.
There's a lot of people that like hentai. In fact, Airbagged in the chat. What's up, Airbagged? I would.
He's
I
too
think
cheap
probably
to pay. Look,
he
he's
strikes
even
me as a
making content.
hentai. He strikes me as a hentai enjoyer himself, which I don't have a problem with. If you like hentai, man, I don't care.
Oh, MLYP, you're.
I don't care.
You're in trouble. You're in chat, and I got the goods on you. I got the receipts, and the FBI is going to paying you a visit. So enjoy.
I'm a
your
man of
time
culture myself.
So what he's referring to is, hey, what's your mom involved with this? You know, fucking my whole family was involved. Do you know that my mom was a Playboy bunny? That she could go to Hugh Hefner's mansion at any time? And she says, Hugh Hefner is a very nice man. So yeah. So guess what? This has been a part of my family since my parents. And so go fuck yourself.
By the way, Hugh Hefner was not a nice man. He was a cordial man. He wasn't. Nice.
She liked him. I don't know.
Wait. Hold on.
If this is just that you made hentai, I don't.
The FBI. Okay, so what is the FBI gonna do? Oh well, probably fucking nothing. Let's be honest. But the question is, he's like, I'm sure he's right that it's not doxing, but there is probably an interesting question there about matching people's accounts up using like data leaks. I don't know what the legality around that is. Not a lawyer. But I imagine that would be the, like, when he says, I've got the goods on you, depending on how ethical MLYP's research tactics are, like, Grummz would have to have something real fucking strong to be like, this is something you should take action on. You couldn't waterboard that out of me? True, Art Cryptid. I mean, at this point, okay, so here's the reality as well. If Grummz is seeing this, if you know what Grummz knows, the easier, this is really simple internet tactics, guys. You just own the position. Because the minute Grummz turns around and says, oh my god, guys, this is really fucked up that you'd say this about me. It's all lies. It's all lies. I'd never make porn. It'll Streisand effect. But if Grummz just sits there, especially in his own little group, and goes, yeah, my mum was a Playboy bunny, so what? Have you noticed, like, I don't care if people make dead mum jokes towards me, but basically no one really does it because I joke about my mother being dead all the time. So it'd be kind of dumb to be like, Beckett, your mum's dead and I'm gonna murder her again and resurrect her and like cut her up in front of you or some shit. I don't know, fucking dude. Trying to stop making rape jokes tonight. Like, it would just be, it's pointless. I make those jokes. So he's just like owning the position. I mean, probably prefer if it hadn't come out, but if, you know, this is an interesting one as well. He's surrounded by other creators who are, very much going to have to stake their positions going forward on their reactions to this live stream. So he kind of like, this is both a good way and a bad way to kind of blind react to a hit piece. If they all knew ahead of time, it would have probably been much better. But you've kind of got people around you who are like your instant defense network. And let's be honest, their audiences don't care. You can fucking tell them anything. So, yeah, I think this is, I think this is a pretty, I don't know. We'll see how drunk he gets.
I don't really see the big deal here, other than it will probably irritate some of your conservative followers.
Yeah.
For the majority, I don't think they're going to really care too much.
Wait,
is that all this is?
Anna posed a really good question, though. How does your mom?
Dude, when I was in college and I put her I put her picture on my cabinet, she looked so young they thought it was my girlfriend. Okay,
Jesus, that's horrible, man.
My mom is
those Asian genes.
She was smoking. Okay, so my dad took photos of her and sent them into Playboy magazine, and they wanted to book her right away as Playmate of the Month, right? But my dad said, "What's involved with that?" And said, "Well, you have to do a year-long tour and a contract and everything else." He's like, "I'm not giving up my wife for 12 months." And this is a year before I was born, right? And so he refused that, but they said, "Okay, let's have her in a, we really want her. Let's do her in a feature where it's like the women of Asia, right?" And so she agreed to do that. And my dad agreed along with that. And
what's the story? Okay. So I'll place a bet. At some point, somewhere, this story is already public. This story is already public, and Grummz knows it's already public, so he's getting ahead of it. I almost guarantee it. Because I'll be honest with you, if there was a story like this about any member of my family, that's what, well, firstly, I wouldn't be on the internet. If there was a story like this about any member of my family, I would have no internet presence. I would be living in a fucking hole with a Nokia fucking brick phone. Are you kidding me? But I reckon this story's probably public already, and now he's just like, I have to, like, if I say it first, then that takes the wind out the sails. That takes up, well, you know, it's like, what are you going to do? Give a hit piece on, like, something I've already admitted to? It's interesting with, like, MLYP when he's talking about the fact that Grummz has publicly admitted to some of these connections. And it's like, okay, so you've admitted to the connections. It's like, it does take the wind out of it. It's like, okay, cool. So he's just owning the position, that's fine. It's like a little weird, sure. Cool boy with a 2. My dead mum is cooler than yours. Probably. Mine is definitely in hell. There is no way they let her into heaven. No fucking way. She's not hiding in Playboy. Yeah, like, this must have been public. Why would you hang a Playboy picture of your own mother in your college dorm? That is a solid question, though. He was kind of a nerd. Is he that much of a nerd? Like, guys, this is the type of woman I want. Find me a woman who looks like my sexy mother.
And she went ahead and did that, and she had a great time. I mean, I think the way that Playboy was run back then was very respectful. They didn't disrespect my mom at all, and it was very tasteful. And she did news for that, and you can see that today.
The number one trending Google search right now is Grummz mum for some reason.
Do you want to react to this, Grummz?
I don't want to. Oh, well, sure, go ahead.
I think that would be the best way to put it to bed. Yeah, we going through it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Can we do it at 1.5
Wait, hold on. That guy's in the
speed?
chat. You gonna strike me for playing this, dude? What's this guy's name? MY. I don't know who this is. You gonna strike me if I play this?
So MYLP did something very, very bad in the private Discord server that they paywalled, and so I don't trust him one bit because
Metal Man, is she hot? Thanks for the 2. Nah, hell's cold.
he's in trouble with the FBI now. I have the receipts on all of you assholes because GigaBear was in there documenting everything you did, and I'm filing my FBI report next week. So I wouldn't give him the time of air because he's going to be a felon soon.
Oh, I love it when a plan comes together.
I say we do it, but at 1.5 times speed. That's my vote.
Yeah,
maybe we can do that.
Maybe
but hold on. Now, I asked this guy in the chat if he's going to strike me, and he hasn't answered because I'm not going to play this. I don't trust these people. So if I got to get a copyright strike, I'm not going to play this shit.
What the fuck is out blue?
So I want express permission.
What's up, blue? That's not even a word.
Right now,
he just said, but I want to highlight it. He said, "Go for it."
He said, "Go for it."
Yeah, where is that chat? Okay, all right. You're giving me permission, then I'll play it.
All right.
All right,
Waifu with the 2 for the goal. Much appreciated. Please enjoy this sticker. And isn't it better to have a sticker than a poster of your Playboy bunny mother? Isn't that preferable? I'm proud of you, chat, as always. Well done. Well done. Banging.
Mark.
All right. Some of this you might not be able to show because it is porn after all.
I don't see much in
It
the
doesn't look
thing.
like there's any images though.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to put it up on here if there was
Correct.
porn.
I mean, it would just get age restricted at like the least, right? At least that. If there
Is there any nudity in this? He says there's no porn
in it.
All right, let's go.
Jesus
No,
Christ is in it.
It's just all going to be allegations.
That's even.
Well, I mean that's the point. You can respond.
One of the leading thought lords of the reactionary right wing is...
Now, who is this?
No idea.
This
Is
isn't
that
that
NLYP?
Ibuki guy?
They're so mad that we scooped them that they're
It's
in
more
here
of a freak
trying to get free airtime.
I already hate the
Then
way this video started. Like the right wing, like fucking. Can we? Oh.
Well, these guys are like
off.
Airbag's
already a
pretty
parody,
hardcore left. I think he's in.
The fact that you
It is 13. Listen, I'm not trying to defend anyone on this stream, but I'm still trying to get over the fact that it's 13 minutes of him like fucking outlining the reason it's not doxing while like screaming about how much he hates Grummz. Like, this is somebody like LYP is somebody who desperately needs somebody to like pull back the reins on their fucking optics. And listen, I've worked with other researchers in the last like year or so, and researchers, like people who are researchers, like people who are actually good at this shit, desperately need somebody to pull on the reins on the optics, desperately, because they will do things like this. I promise you, if I was not involved with like in a like business relationship with Jenny, the content you would see out of Jenny would be shocking. Like, and if she had never done this channel with me, this would be the sort of thing Jenny would do. Like, and I'd be saying the same thing about her. Fuck
You've
me.
started this video like complaining about the extreme right wing or whatever the fuck you said. Tells me how much of a fucktard left winger you are. Fucking idiot.
You notice that? Like, when
Hold on, I can't hear what he's saying.
But real quick, when we ever make a video talking about anything, we never started off with, "Oh, the left wing extremists." Like,
Don't
do Smash. I talk about the woke.
No F-bombs, Tom. Don't drop them tonight.
The moment I play this video, I leave this video because of the way that the video started.
I agree.
It's so
I agree.
fucking
All
retarded.
right, well, come on. I don't want to spend 2 hours.
Sometimes you get a bit too invested in something. Yeah. I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm not saying people who get too invested are bad people. But, like, fuck, you need to not do that. Especially when you're going after large fucking public figures.
I was watching it, so let's go through it.
we imagine. This all comes with receipts. This is all grounded in facts. This is all quite legally safe for me to talk about. This is
Oh, no, it's not.
I'm getting this
No,
out
it's
very
not.
quickly
I
because I
got
know
you.
the person I'm going to be talking about is the kind of person to scream that he's being doxxed, cancelled, and threaten lawyers. This all started from a historic data breach, which isn't actually like quite a safe way to get into this, but when I corroborated it with other sources, I found out that this was just sitting out in the open for anyone to find who knew exactly where to look for a name,
Not true.
a registered company, and then you start pulling on a string and pulling on another
Okay,
string
pause
and
right
another
there.
string, and you
Pause right
find
there.
out that
So he's saying like, "Oh, we're totally safe. We're everything else." You know, they hired a lawyer to try to cover their asses, and that's why they delayed this expose, because they know they did something wrong.
I saw that in your file.
Can I just say, like, as a woman watching this guy is way creepier than anything we've talked about. Like,
Anna's right.
Can I say, as the token, like, pick me woman, that this guy's creepy? No. Shut up.
I'm
No,
getting
no, no.
major, major
Actually,
vibes.
shut up.
And he's like,
We
"Isn't that
asked-
new?"
Go away.
How
in the video.
not- which low?
Well, Anna's
We're having a whamming free night.
hitting him hard in the belt.
Oh,
Well, because I think he's a listen.
and that I've scooped their
And yes, every time she does speak, I am gonna fucking fast forward it. Why'd you ask?
scoop. That's why Airbagged is in here. That's why M whatever the fuck his name is in here. Is because they're pissed, man. They thought they had the scoop, and I'm giving it to you straight.
Let's
this
continue.
goes deeper than you would think.
Deeper.
Don't worry, Mark. I'm not going to show any more than I have to. You and your family will not be identified. This is not doxing in a meaningful sense that you're going to talk about.
Oh, wait a
This
second.
is just
Pause
you and
right
me
there.
having a
How is this not doxing? Right? You're connecting me with a private business that I ran that I obviously don't want to impact my kids. Right? And what you're doing is you're coming out with this for what reason? Because you have a problem with pornography? I don't think you have a problem with pornography. I think you have a problem with the fact that I tweet about video games, and you're so pathetic that you're losing in the video game arena that you're trying to desperately grasp at anything you
Well,
can.
it's like I said earlier. It's because you've cultivated a right wing audience and like to what they consider a right wing audience,
Why
which
are
is
these guys all
basically
the
anybody
same?
that's like center right.
And they're hoping my wife divorces me over this and that my mom is shocked, but they all know, right? And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to damage me from that. They're trying to cause me personal family strife. But did they pause for 1 second to think about how this affects my kids, right? That their friends are going to see and hear about this because they're plugged into social media and they're going to be asked about this because my kids don't know. They'll know now, right?
Metal Man with 2. The only woman, Beckett, let's talk too much is NSC. That's true. That is objectively true.
I'm going to have a talk with them. But
I don't know. I
You don't
started
know
this
what,
thinking you were like a pimp.
You're gonna like
and
tell
now
your
I
kids to
think you're
listen.
like a
The reason why Daddy's able to buy you 6 PS5s is because this guy drew a picture of a lady.
Okay, here's the thing with the doxing argument. This is objectively what we'd call doxing. Like, the... I don't think it's... Okay, here's the thing. It's spreading doxed information. You're connecting these private companies with leaked, fucking, data breached information to make these connections, to tie it to Grummz. We'd at least say it's spreading doxed information. Now, I don't give a fuck about the legal stuff. I just think, like, and again, this is why you probably shouldn't defend it this much. Because you just open yourself up to, like, me thinking about, well, is this doxing? How much would I fucking endorse this? How legitimate, like... Again, your point is with... Okay, so here's how I do this. Here's how I do this. I'd very simply say this. I mean, listen, if MLYP ever sees this fucking stream and is like, fuck this ginger asshole, here is how you approach a research topic like this, really simply. We have gone through and linked up these business accounts with leaked information. We're not going to provide you that leaked information. we will only release this or only provide that information if you challenge us that it's not true. Because as long as you're not like attacking the like integrity of the like presented information, I don't need to present anything else. And then you've got kind of like the fallback position of going, well, listen, I can verify these claims if you ask me to. But as it contains information that was got that I don't really want to publicize where it was got from or like how it was obtained, and it's not important. What's important is the substance of the allegations. You can do that. Actually, that's fine. But this much time on doxing opens it up to the scrutiny that's going to be the next like fucking what, half an hour of them bitching about it. So I want to point out, Grummz would blame an OF model for a kid's finding out. So why should we fucking care it affects his kids? I'm not saying we should. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. Look, not my monkeys, not my circus. Why would I care what it's affecting his kids? Don't make porn, dude. Like, but regardless, what's a good way to put it? The publicity or highlighting that information has been acquired through data leaks is something that's going to draw significant criticism. And you should be very careful about how you handle that. And it is an entirely optics cut argument, by the way. I'm not pretending otherwise. But like when you're dealing with people's private information, you have to be like real fucking careful. Beyond everything else, the reason you have to be careful is not just because you'll get in trouble for it or it's morally bad, but because you're opening a line of attack on yourself that you shouldn't be there. You should you want to minimize any chance the person you're like hit piecing has the ability to like respond to you in the way that they are right now. Because it's real easy to dismiss all your arguments and all your evidence by going, well, you are an unethical person. I was simply pointing out his standard, his core pillar, so to speak. Yeah, sure. I mean, like, again, Grummz is like, this isn't a defense of Grummz. Once again, for the millionth time, for mice as well, because I've said this at the fucking beginning. Fuck Grummz and fuck people like him. Like, I hate this shit. It's fucking annoying beyond anything else. But like when you're looking at presenting, I don't know, stories and information like this, there is a flow and a tempo that you should aim to hit. Because otherwise you would just... fuck. The other question with like sort of leaked information like this, just sort of more in defense of MLYP, is the minute you can sort of like find a confirmation through anything else that these are Grummz's companies, that should be all you need to present. Because like, again, you can draw all these lines if you're challenged, but in your initial publication, why bother? Again, you just leave yourself open. You leave yourself open to accusations on your character. And also when you've got people like me who see it, who have been doing this a while and kicking around a long time, it makes me deeply fucking suspicious, which is probably not the read you want people to have of you when you're presenting something like this.
I made a lot of money off of it, and they're like, "Okay, we don't care. We're gonna play Fortnite now, and that's it." Like they don't like. What are they gonna do? They're gonna go cry in their nice bed. Like, who gives a shit?
I don't think they're gonna care. I mean, they're teenagers now. They're 18 and over now, so I can have a talk with them about this stuff.
Oh, they definitely won't care then.
And you know what? It's a long family history that goes back a long time. So, but Tom, what were you
your
saying?
avatar went away.
I was just saying that I started this thinking you were a
why
pimp,
did it
and
go
now
away?
I think you're like borderline Mormon.
Mormon.
I turned
Christ,
I
every
turned
time
off
a
your
story gets hot and cool, it turns into, but I didn't do anything like that.
I turned off your echo cancellation because you had that on. That's why your voice, somebody in the chat said your voice is going in and out. That's because echo cancellation was on through StreamYards. It does that. So if you have
Actually,
that on,
it
you got
means
to turn that
somebody
on.
else probably is doesn't have their headphones on, is what it is. Actually,
MLYP is complaining in the chat that we're pausing it every 5 seconds. It's like, you know what EFAPing something is, right?
Yeah, we're gonna react.
It's Ragstill in chat.
React to it.
We're gonna
This
react to it.
This is
We're gonna
38 minutes long.
I don't know if we'll get through the whole thing.
Turn it on like ×2 speed or something.
We tipped their
did.
hand because they didn't think that they thought I would be ashamed of all this stuff, and
Oh, you
they
still didn't
thought they
change
had
it?
something.
Was it 125? There we go.
let's come on, yeah.
Conversation,
Yeah, this is
everyone
gonna
else
be
is along for
forever.
the ride. By the way, don't reuse passwords for shit like this, especially if you're trying to make 2 separate personas with different names that you're going to LARP as for 20 plus years. If you're a 40-year-old man at the time and 60-plus-year-old now, you've done that. I can establish that. But don't. That's advice for anyone else looking to start up a separate online persona in the future. Use a completely separate email with a completely separate password. It might actually prevent this.
Pause that.
Don't use the same lawyers either.
So OPSEC, right? So 20 years ago, OPSEC wasn't a real thing, and so and we'll get into why they discovered that I had used temporary passwords. Also, 20 years ago, I was a nobody, right? Like I hadn't done WoW, I hadn't done anything else, and so you think that you're going to be okay, and there's not a lot of there's not the same level of rigor and hackers out there that are going for this information. Right now, and I recommend to everybody out there, use 2-factor, use unique passwords for stuff, but they're going to get into that now, and this is what's going to get them in trouble.
I'm actually not sure that's fucking true. As in, I don't think it's going to get them into trouble. What they're doing, they're not claiming they hacked into your accounts. They're claiming that they matched the passwords that were leaked from, these, dumps between your accounts. That they were the same password. They matched up. That's not an admission to hacking. That's an admission to, I don't know, could you make an argument that's received hack material? I mean, I don't really care, but nobody's entering your account as far as I can see, right? Everything he mentions, or I've seen him mention, is stuff that's publicly presented by Grummz previously, and it's just linked up through the account's existence. OPSEC was way more of a thing. Everyone went by usernames instead of the real names. Yeah, I mean, OPSEC with passwords wasn't really. People were pretty fucking dumb back in the day.
Actually, the same lawyers to register your company.
But he's a bloody corporate dude. He should know better, bro. Do you have any idea how many people I've met who legitimately have a password that's password? It's not as bad as it used to be, but go back 10, 15 years. Dude, fucking all the time.
There's so many steps that this guy has failed at to protect himself, and it's just all come unraveled with
welcome 123, that kind of shit.
Publicly accessible information. Also, don't use your real name to register these emails. Your real name's out there on this historical Who Is information. When you update this information, it doesn't go away. It's there. It's stored. The
I don't
internet
care.
never forgets is the phrase
Is he admitting to?
The internet never forgets.
Hold on.
The internet never forgets.
He just admitted
To logging in with your passwords.
Yeah, he just admitted.
Is that legal?
No, he didn't admit that. What the fuck are you talking about? He admitted to matching up your passwords. What? Fuck me.
Oh, no.
No, it's a match for the passwords, you fucking retard.
Oh, it's not. And I'm going to get into that because I have the receipts on this. They just fucked themselves. And they have no idea how hard they fucked themselves. Because
And he's admitting to it on video.
And he's admitting to it on video. And you know what? And this video was supposed to air tomorrow, but we pushed it. We tilted their.
They had to release it now.
They had to release it now because you know what they want? They want fucking clout. That's what they're after. They got 3,000 subs. That's nothing. How many subs do you have, Flash?
Well, I don't get as many.
How many
views
followers?
As the subs. 400,000.
400,000. They got 3K. They got 3K. They're
Well, this literally has like
3,000 people
39
watching
subscribers.
right
Now,
now.
I was just gonna say.
They're freaking desperate. And so, yeah, we forced their hand on this.
Everything that you have done, everything that you've purchased, everything that you have registered, somewhere deep down until that drive.
To be fair, I don't think sub count really matters that much. Not in today's YouTube.
I don't mean sub count. I mean,
I don't think it matters that much in today's YouTube.
stops spinning, the internet will know, and now we have found it. Some of this, like, disgusting
I'm
honest defenders
so
are going to
devastated.
immediately reject the video based on how many subscribers and followers I have, and I don't care. I am a podcaster. I have a normal job. Consider getting one of those before you start trying to swing at me. Most of you are on Twitter for 15 hours a day arguing over whether Yasuke is too woke. Statistically, you don't know me. I know this.
It's great
you know
to
this,
hear
we know
someone
this.
make a video.
It is true. I am on Twitter a lot, but I
shit.
get payout to be on Twitter.
I don't
I
give
feel
a
like
shit
I'm-
about use gay.
I feel like I'm watching a video where a guy's just lambasting me for the first 2 minutes for just existing.
Where does it start? MYOK?
No, but he just exposed what he really gives a shit about. That's
Can I
but,
explain
yeah.
something? It's like Twitter takes no time, right? I was on a 10-hour call with my game devs working on a new build for the game that we're releasing this weekend, and I was tweeting the whole time. This
Oh my God.
guy doesn't know how to multitask. This guy has no skill, no game.
Oh, he said I could skip to 13:23. Okay. let's
Oh,
skip.
is this?
If you can skip to 13:23, the first 13 minutes of your video shouldn't fucking exist. Holy shit. Okay. Right. Let's watch Grummz cope about the porn stuff.
That when he stops lambasting the viewer and actually gets to the content, that'd be great.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here we go.
Who are trying to hold him
What is this?
terms for time when they were 12 years.
What's Gooner-nomicon?
How did they structure this
play
video?
on,
where the intro is
the-
13 minutes in? What the hell?
You guys are so fucked. You thought you had a scoop, and we're sitting here watching your video and reacting it. You got nothing, and you're gonna get 0 views, just like you always have for your entire duration of your YouTube campaign. And you know what? You're getting an FBI report next week. I'm sorry.
Well, what was in the 13 minutes we just?
And I got a direct line to an agent, buddy. You're going down.
Hey, Ron.
Okay, so I'm assuming the line's going to be, well, he hacked into my account, really did it. Okay, you've got, like, he doesn't say that. He's literally just comparing your previous passwords, which he doesn't even show. He is right. Like, MLYP is just correct. That information is, like, fucking public. There's a part 2, huh? Yeah, I mean, I assume there will be.
I know. You want to have some fun?
Yes, please.
All right. So I'm going to change the goal. And we're gonna do 5 only.
You know,
what are we doing?
So
5,
someone. Oh, go ahead.
For 5 super chats at 50, so we'll bring $50 shots back. Only 5.
Only 5. Oh shit. Okay.
Oh
Let's
shit! I
have
fucked it up again.
Fucking fun.
Oh no, I did. It's 3 hours. Okay, so over 5. So for each one, just for tonight, so we can get through this fucking video.
Look. Flash.
I need to get drunk.
Flash. Why
Yeah.
are these guys not paying you? They should at least super chat this. Like, what is this? Like, they want to get free airtime. They got 3,000 subs. You got almost 500,000. They want to write off your clout just like they're writing off my clout. Why aren't they paying you for this?
I'm just doing this for you.
Well, you're doing it for me. I appreciate that. But you know, they're definitely trying to ride your coattails, man.
It said using my content. Well, I mean, it says using my content. I'm not super chatting shit.
What a fucking loser. He can't even pay you $20 to play the video. Come on, MLYP, cough up $20. Let's do it right
you
now.
know why he wanted
You got
to
$20?
skip?
Dude, he's not gonna
time
pay
out,
when
time
we're
out. You know why
roasting
he
him.
wanted you to skip? He makes a bunch of accusations in that first few minutes. That's
Oh,
why.
maybe he does. Yeah.
That's why. Yeah, I was just listening to it in
These
the
guys are
background because I was bored.
Yeah, but I want to get to what he has, though. I don't really care if he trashing us and shit. Like, trash me
he
every
claims
day.
that he abuses his parents and shit. It's all kinds of fun
MLYP,
stuff
if
in
you
here.
think you got the goods, put your money where your fucking mouth is and pony up $20. Come on, $20. It's just $20. Do it.
This is weird. Yeah, this is... this whole fucking drama... I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I just... really... I'm really struggling to care about either side on it. I really am. Rags, are you around? Can I phone you? I legitimately want someone else's take on this. Because I'm, like, this isn't helping the grift allegations? No, that's very true. I mean, are those really allegations? I mean, even the audience must be self-aware at this point. How does Game Dude have better charisma than these hacks? Listen, he at least got laid at some fucking point. Someone found his mum's Playboy magazine. God. Do you want to hear I Am Alex sob for 42 minutes instead? No, I didn't want to see that either. Why are you sending that to me in fucking chat, Chris? Okay. Listen, I want someone else's opinions. I'm bringing on Rags. Hey, buddy.
Hello. Hi.
This topic
having fun?
This topic is killing me. This topic is actually killing me.
This is autism of the highest order.
Okay, so like, here's my problem. Like, I don't know much about Grummz' history, and I was happy to learn
I don't
about
really either.
Grummz'
Lizard,
history.
a bus.
Yeah, it's pretty much. He's a shitter on Twitter talking about video games, like, and I'm running into this problem where, from the researcher side, I'm like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Who cares? I just kind of don't. Nothing about this is grasping me where I'm like, oh, Grummz is done. I'm having one of these moments where people tell me,
no, Grummz isn't done. Not from this.
Yeah,
not from this.
Where people
as
come
you said
to me
before,
and say, like, this is
yes,
a nuke, and it's
ahead.
like, it's not a nuke, it's nothing, and I'm just like,
this isn't a nuke. What this is everyone has an embarrassing internet history that they keep private, because people are humans. Especially if people get on the internet young and they don't really know the landscape and everything like that, and they want to look at their porn and do their weird things, whatever. And like, that's fine. It's just it can be a little bit embarrassing, I guess, and cringe. But no one's done anything wrong. You're not what's the point of this? Is it to say that, years before Grummz was like lolcow adjacent, and did all of his Blizzard stuff and his Firefall bus and all that kind of thing, he was like a normal person on the internet? And I'm like, yeah, I would imagine that he was. Yeah. Like, I guess it's a little cringe, but like, I don't give a shit. People can be what they're into. I don't care. I'm into my stuff. He can be into his stuff. You're into your stuff. Everyone in the chat's into their stuff. It's not my business. I think that's the thing. It is not my business what Grummz used to be into on the internet and still is. I don't give a shit. It's not my business.
Yeah, I was talking about this like the other day. It's like when you start dragging up things. I think we had this conversation actually, right? Like when you start dragging up things from like 20 years ago, I'm just like, dude. On the other side, I mean, like, this is cringe. Like watching them fucking cope about the video and watching it live and reacting to it, or go pay me money and shit. But like at the same time,
that's you've got the like I said, they're not beating the grifter allegations if the guy whose video you are covering is in chat. I can understand why, especially because of the nature of this video, you wouldn't want to have a one-on-one live conversation with this person. Totally understand that. But the idea that you say you have to pay me $20 so that we will read aloud a super chat and respond to it that's bizarre behavior to me. That's weird. You are using, look, not even saying this as neutrally as you can say this, you are using this guy's video for content.
Oh, gotcha.
So maybe it's not that bad that, you just every once in a while, he is the guy who made the video. So maybe if he says something interesting or worthwhile, you could just like highlight it or respond to it,
Yeah, like,
or you could just like our sort of rules for that on EFAP were kind of like, well, you made a video, we're covering the video as it is, as you presented it, as people are going to be looking at it. and that'll be that. That's what we're doing.
It's like Captain in the chat. Grummz is a total MAGA. I'm glad everyone generally hates him. It's like, it's the issue. Like, I started this stream very all in to shit on Grummz. I was looking forward to it.
Oh yeah,
had a nice section on the quartering, who I fucking hate. Had a nice.
Oh, I watched
tie-in.
that. I watched some of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a nice
The
little
coffee
tie-in.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking insane shit. And then I come to this, and I'm just like, I see the crash out, guys. I do. But I am, like, it's like, yeah. It
is
feels...
important to remind everyone that even if it's someone you find is cringe and silly, that doesn't mean that every video made against them is a good one. Okay?
Yeah, I genuinely think this is just rough.
This is so topical. You know Carl Jobst and Billy Mitchell?
Yeah, I know he just lost the case.
Yeah, so you know he lost the case, right?
I actually don't know anything
because
about the story.
Case. So my understanding is that Carl, is it Jobst or Jobst? Jobst, I think. Jobst. Carl Jobst. He lost the case. And Billy Mitchell won the case. It had nothing to do with the cheating allegations. This was about Carl Jobst, allegedly. This is what I've just seen from what's going around. This is about Carl Jobst saying that Billy Mitchell was responsible for the suicide of a speedrunner named Apollo Legend, I believe. Something about like a payout or a settlement or whatever when those things didn't exist and there's no evidence. That's why Billy Mitchell won the case, regardless of how much of a dirtbag Mitchell is and how much of a cheater he like pretty clearly is. Justice was served, apparently. Carl Jobst made a really bad accusation and he lost in court because of it. So it's kind of a parallel to this. Just because there's someone that you really don't like, for fair reasons or not, the evidence is the evidence, you know? And that's what you got to go by. You can't devolve into the thing that you criticize.
Yeah, I mean, hold on, can I bring in one other person to this call? Opblock, you around?
Who?
He's another stream named Opblock. He's fine, but he's like, I feel like this is bad Grummz coverage. And like...
ours or theirs?
I don't know, I'm interesting. Like, Falgi, like, I've talked to Falgi many times, and like, he's very chill. I'm interested in his perspective.
Okay.
Let me just restart the call. Okay. Falgi.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, what's up?
So you feel like this is bad coverage? Why?
Not necessarily you guys. So
good, because we were about to throw hands.
Oh yeah, we can throw hands, but not now. I did background. One of a friend of both of ours, FPS Diesel. I was working on the background for his Grummz video that he put out about a month ago. I did the research, I did writing. Diesel and I and some of the other people in the ops that are his mods. We all kind of like came together and did stuff. My biggest thing with this is, who the fuck cares that all of these adult women consented to do lesbian fight porn and he profited off of it? Now there's allegations. Now there's allegations that allegedly, this is like a weird point. There's allegations that he allegedly embezzled money from a failed VR NFT fucking Internet 3.0 game. But there's no money trail with it. The only thing, and I am personally annoyed that these people aren't reporting on it. Grummz is in a lawsuit nobody knows about. He's just in a lawsuit regarding code. And
yeah, I don't know about it.
Yeah, we uncovered a lawsuit that he's with his old company, Mech Entertainment, which is now known as Retro Ronin, and they're suing. They sued the CEO that he installed when he left the company, and he's named in the lawsuit as a person of interest for proprietary work. which would only be the code that they ever worked on because it's a failed game. And so it's like, I think that's part of the issue with like MOYP and then like Western Kabukis. Like their whole coverage is, look at this guy, look at how a degenerate he is. He made money off of lesbian fight porn. To which I'm like, okay. What?
Yeah, the only time that something like that is a meaningful criticism of someone if they have publicly positioned themselves to be against that thing. If you're not calling out some sort of hypocrisy or contradiction in their behavior, then you're just saying, look at this thing that this guy likes. Look at this legitimate business he was engaged in. I'm like, okay, so the man does his hustle. All right, is that it?
Yeah.
I think the other thing too is Grummz markets himself as like Gamergate's newest, strongest soldier, right? Like he is leading Gamergate to Electric Boogaloo, hand in fist, he's going through it. His audience is not going to care if he's a gooner, which was a point.
They don't care about that.
Yeah. And it was a point that we made in the video that Diesel did, where we aren't going to attack the fact that he signed a petition that the game Stellar Blade needs to be released in its most gooner form and allegedly brought it to China or Korea, wherever the game was made. None of that matters because it's funny, but it's completely on brand for what he says.
Yeah, funny. Just because something's funny or cringe doesn't mean that it's bad. Everyone's done funny, cringe stuff, but that's just what people do. There's not like it's not scandal. It's not something bad or immoral that they've done. It's just like, oh, this is run of the mill normal cringe that everyone does.
Yeah, and this is like, and like, guys in chat, listen. This is a rare stream for me where I really am sat here annoyed because and I'll say it again, I feel like I've been handed something that is designed to be reacted to and propagated to hit piece somebody. And I don't like that. I don't like when Mice was here, one thing that annoyed me is like, well, play the video, just play the video, just let it play. And it's like, no, I want to know why I'm being shown this. I want to know why I'm being told this. And I want to know where the people who are making this like stand. Because I'm not a fucking weapon, and neither is any other streamer, and shouldn't be. And that's what this feels like. It's like, okay, here's your fucking ammo. Go and snipe the guy. I don't like the implications of that. It feels very fucking dirty to me.
Yeah.
And it's
if
like,
you give me a video, then you have a motive.
Yeah.
Which isn't necessarily bad that you have, like, obviously if you give me a video, there's a motive. You want me to cover it, but it's like, it's the why.
Yeah. I think the thing that really sticks out for me personally, and I understand that there's a part 2 that's coming from this, it just feels inherently incomplete. Like, yes, I understand that they're trying to push a narrative, but all of this information feels inherently incomplete because it doesn't do anything. Yes, Grummz' reaction to it as he progressively gets more drunk and constantly swings, oh, I'm going to get the FBI, blah, 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 blah. He's done this before. He said he was going to send Denim's streams on him to the FBI.
God, yeah. just very quickly, two things from chat. It's very similar to the dog pack stuff. I think that might be why I'm having the reaction I am, Grizzly.
Yeah.
It feels very dog pack. For C Money, are you saying you have no motives? Of course not, C Money. But C Money likes to come in and try and do gotcha questions. I quite like C Money. But no, you'll know, or you should have done by now, is I very much spend time explaining what my biases are to all of you. Like, where I stand. I fucking package everything so that you can decide whether I'm being honest with you. And there are times when I am called out for clearly having biases which are impacting my takes. And it's completely fair to do that. Clicked on this random stream talking about this. Someone give me a TLDR on what this guy did. I've heard he's a scammer like Yandere, but is that it? I mean, like, the scammer thing, if that's true, and he's apparently involved in a lawsuit, I frankly a much bigger stories. One last thing, just let me do this super chat, so I'm not like cutting off the conversation. 100 answer with a 10. This reminds me of something I wish I knew more on, but it was a man pretending to be a woman to hire guys to make tickle fetish videos under false pretenses. It was bizarre but interesting story. Yeah, and if it was just like this,
yeah, where are all the honest ticklers at?
yeah,
there used to be a time. There used to be a time in this fucking country where you could just hire a woman to tickle you without a scandal. Okay.
Yeah. Listen, there was a furry that died for his balloon fur fetish art. He died in his
fucking
wild
thing. How many people can say they died doing something they were passionate about? Not many is the answer to that question. Not many.
It's so what is it? Basically, deep sea divers and fucking inflation fetishists. Is that what we're going with? That's the line. But yeah, like it's there is something like, as I said before, it reminds me of something that would be brought to me by a researcher for an optics check going, should I release this? And me going, not in that fucking state, which has happened quite a lot. There are people sat in this chat who have asked my opinion on things, not released it, and then like a couple months later going, you were right. Or like just changing it so to avoid issues like this video has. Potato with the 2. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
I also think the comparison to Yandere Dev is really interesting because it's like from what we know, Grummz is a gooner. Apparently has a well-documented naval fetish, allegedly. I don't know how true that is.
Wait, just to be clear, are we talking about like the military navy or the belly button?
Oh, the belly button.
Okay, just so we're on the same page. Carry on.
Apparently he has like a belly button fetish. I don't know how true that is. We tried to stay away from the gooner shit just because it's like, okay, so let's say
I don't
you
care.
do a
It's
whole,
not my business.
Yeah, you do a whole video on the on all of his fetishes. What does that prove? Nothing.
He's a human being who likes some stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Right. And it's one of those things too where it's like, I think part of the thing too is that the word grifter gets
ruined.
It's completely ruined because it's politically charged
like-
in all the incorrect ways.
It's like homophobe, transphobe, racist, sexist, blah blah blah. I was like, I hear these words, and I'm like, okay, all right, sure, okay.
Like, so people are like, oh, Grummz is a grifter because he targets, he targets the right. He doesn't really, he either doesn't believe what he believes in, or blah 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 blah. Grummz has historically made a U.S. lobbyist group for gamers and game developers because he felt like games were becoming too woke. He has actually been banned off of Twitter for an Islamophobia post and was a contributor. He was interviewed twice on Breitbart by Milo Yiannopoulos. Like, the guy has a history of being on the right. Like, I don't, like, and then people are like, oh, he's just doing it for the money. Yeah, who the fuck cares? None of us would be on the internet getting paid to do this if there wasn't money in it. That's my personal opinion. Like, I don't know.
the grifter thing's an interesting one because, again, it depends on people's motivations. But Grummz clearly believes the things that. I mean, if anything, someone in chat just said like the Stellar
Man
Blade
likes to
stuff,
come. All right.
Yeah, the Stellar Blade makes more sense if anything. It's like you like making money off the thing that you're like promoting isn't a grift if that's actually what you believe. And I think Grummz probably believes this shit. I talked about Jeremy earlier. Jeremy Baked Alaska. Baked Alaska's the best example of this. Baked Alaska started his career in fucking BuzzFeed talking about his perfect date with Justin Bieber. That's true. Look it up. It's like Baked Alaska fell into being an alt-right figure. He doesn't really believe this stuff. It's just what's made him money and famous. He's not a true believer. Grummz is probably a true believer. He strikes me as one. He believes that video games were better before the fucking wokes got involved. And again, that's a position I'm sympathetic to.
Totally.
I've said this as a gamer myself. Like, yes, certain games have been fucking ruined by weird woke fucking shit in them. But like,
I think.
Go on.
I think something really interesting because somebody said it in chat. Because Kevin said, I can agree Grummz being a grifter because he scams gamers with vaporware. That's being a con artist.
Are kind of they're two different things. You can be a grifter is a con artist technically, but that's not what people typically mean by grifter. A grifter is someone who purports to have a certain opinion, cultural, political, whatever it is, but that they don't actually hold. They're only espousing these opinions in order to get money or fame or notoriety. A con artist is a general umbrella term for anyone who does that sort of parallel behavior.
Here's a good example. If I sat here and went, hey, Grummz is unpopular at the moment, like, well, fucking Grummz is unpopular all the time, fuck this guy, and just sat here and went, oh my god, guys, this is like huge, he's like fucked and done, and then I like sat here being like, hey, you fucking super chat me, tell me how much you hate Grummz, that kind of shit, when clearly my opinions are not that about this particular video, that would be grifting. I'm not giving you my true and honest take on what the fuck is going on. I'm just going, what's going to get the most viewers in and what's going to get me the biggest payout. That's just, that's grifting. Now, is he conning people with vaporware? I don't know the full extent of that story, but like that in some ways is in actually every way is a far more fucking interesting story to me.
One of the interesting things is that Grummz historically has been overzealous with money and has seen himself as a rock star of the games industry. You know, if you go on the Ember YouTube page, there are two Game of Thrones music video, like rap music videos.
What?
Why? Not the Emperor. Sorry, Firefall. Excuse me. The game with the bus.
Yeah.
No clue. Yeah, I didn't know.
But why? Why would that be needed? Because the guy historically, he studied law. There's a bunch of lies that he's had. He studied law, specifically patent law, but said that he had an AI specialty. An AI specialty did not exist when he went to law school, and conveniently is not on his LinkedIn page or degree.
He went to school a long time ago. I'd be surprised if there was an AI thing.
That's what he says. He says that he studied law with a concentration in AI. Yeah, he went to college, I believe, in like the 80s, if I remember correctly. I would have to double check some of my notes, but yeah. So
maybe he was studying the Terminator films.
Maybe. I wish he, I don't know. Maybe he gets something good out of it. But like, he does that, and that's a part of him. He would constantly buy up patents. I believe at the time it was reported that when he worked for Firefall on that game, he got like, I don't know, like 30 or some patents. He also got fired like the week before Christmas or the week of Christmas from that game. It's really, really like interesting. But again, like I think the inherent problem when presenting the story of Grummz politically is the fact that what's being lost is the story underneath it. Is a guy who, honestly speaking, flounders around with money. And the fact that he's an idiot, but he's like a successful idiot.
Here's one of the things that got me just really like, in reading the article earlier. I've just got up on stream now. But I was reading through this about his time at Blizzard and the team leadership. And it's like, how did this odious pervert become team leader on a title as seminal as WoW? Answer: the person who had the job before him developed an ulcer. And they cite this section.
I don't think he's a pervert. I think he just likes to come.
I don't know.
I think he's just a gooner. I think he's a decent. I imagine when someone says pervert, I assume that's something they do like to other people, kind of out, and there's a public facing element to it. Not just that they're a bit of a gooner, I suppose. All perverts are gooners, but not all gooners are perverts. So chat, discuss in the comments below.
Fair,
but I hate that makes logical sense. But here's my problem with this. I read this And like they're presenting this as the person who was the team lead got an ulcer. Yeah, they developed an ulcer, and then it just says nothing had really changed. Everyone knew Mark and Shane were running the show as they had been since WoW's beginning. Mark was still the producer for programmers. Shane was still lead for the artists. A team leader position, like, and this might be just like me with a bit of a fucking corporate hat on. A team leader position is not. It sounds good, but essentially what you're doing is managing like the health of your team. Like you are there to make sure that like everyone's got what they need, like people are generally working, like you do the performance reviews and stuff. But for a small team that's close knit, you're generally just there picking up the paperwork and maybe going to the meetings with the higher ups. It's if everything's still running the same, it's just, oh, Shane's really stressed with this. Can you just do the team leadership? Because it doesn't really matter as much. And when you're presenting that to me as he's incompetent. If he was incompetent, he wouldn't have been like in the position to take over the team leadership role. Do you know what I mean? So like, it might be that he was shit at it,
Maybe.
but it's just like it's the
It's
way
not unreasonable, but it's a maybe. It's
yeah.
These
The problem
corporate
is
and
it's
business
like,
hierarchies, and it could be complex.
It can be, but it's like I'm being presented this with a very clear bias in the way it's being told. And that's what sits wrong with me. Now, if you presented this to me neutrally and just went, here's the history, I'd probably be sat here laughing and saying the same thing. But I'm a drama streamer shit-talking people. This is an article trying to hit piece somebody. And that's just like, the suspicions I'm going to get from that are much, much higher. And I want to kind of like, and it's interesting as well when we're talking about the people who are attacking Grummz over this kind of gooner shit. I'm genuinely interested on whether they would be like, sex work is work, kinks are fine, LGBT stuff is fine, right?
From what I
That would be
understand,
interesting, yeah. Like hey, no, you got to commit.
Yeah,
go for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. It cut out for me for a second.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No, because from what I understand, the people from Western Kabuki are like pro sex work. They're from the political spectrum that they are pro sex work.
I don't understand how you can be pro sex work and release a hit piece like this on Grummz. I don't get it.
Yeah,
it makes
Like,
literally no fucking sense.
Like they come from.
I mean,
sphere.
these people aren't. Yeah, these people aren't consistent. They're never consistent. The moment that it's the other tribe that they're looking at, then all that goes out the window. They don't give a fuck.
And I mean, that is a fucking issue.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, and I think something really interesting is like, you could attack Grummz in a very different way about his time at Blizzard, so much more effectively. So Grummz got hired. So Grummz's game.
Just very quickly before you say that, because I am fighting with chat a little bit. So yes, nobody falls upwards in corporate. I'm not saying that they don't. I'm saying that the presentation of this section of text suggests that's not what happened, but the reading of it, like you're not evidencing it to me. That's what I'm saying to you. Like it could just be that team leader positions just don't really matter that much, and this is like the core issue. Yeah, obviously people fall upwards, and again, I'm not saying that he's not incompetent. Which, go on, Falgy.
Isn't there a name for that phenomenon? If Dev was here, he'd know the name of it. But
failing
like where
upwards?
you have a bunch of people who are not failing upwards, but eventually you have a bunch of people who do their jobs and then they get promoted to the next level of higher responsibilities and more things to do. But in that gap, necessarily, they cross over from what they're good at to what they're bad at because they go up. And so that there's like a level of almost like efficiency decay, or a lot of people who get promoted, like it almost creates a negative effect because people who get promoted to do more work, it crosses over their ability. There's got to be a name for that. Broken clock theory? What?
It's like
I think what they're trying to say. Yeah.
It's like you get promoted to the point where you can like, where you're like to the level where you become incompetent because you're just
you're good at level 2. And you're great at level 2, so people assume, oh, if we promote you to level 3, you'll be great. And then you get promoted to level 3. And it's
rise
like,
to the level of your
you're terrible at
incompetence.
level 3.
Rise to the level of your incompetence. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
It's interesting because if you're going to talk about,
I figured there was some. I'd heard it before.
If you're going to talk about Mark and his time at Blizzard, Mark is a DEI hire. It's actually what he is. So Mark worked at Blizzard through his game being bought out by Activision, and then Activision just didn't take it, or not Activision, or whatever the parent company of Blizzard. I think it was Vivendi Games, if I remember correctly. And so he gets roped up in the Blizzard. He starts working on the StarCraft team, and he's done a myriad of interviews about his time with StarCraft and things like that. And I can't remember if it's the Sargon interview or if it's a different interview. Yes, he did a fucking 3-hour video or 2-hour video with Sargon of Akkad. I've listened to it like 6 times. I wanted to blow my brains out in Minecraft. But he was used as a liaison to an Asian market, the burgeoning Asian market around StarCraft.
It was I thought wasn't he part of like a Chinese in charge of like not localization? He something to do with how the department made World of Warcraft in China or made it accessible to China, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like because he, if I remember correctly, he talks about the burgeoning of esports, which is why the Firefall bus is focused on making an esports league, because he was a part of that. He saw the burgeoning areas and the burgeoning market of what is now known as esports in culture today, starting in Asia. He's a DEI hire. You could literally call him that. It's going to be hard for him to fucking refute that.
Which would be interesting to see how he would kind of deal with that. Not that I'm not going to like blame him. I don't blame someone who's a DEI hire for like taking the job, as long as they do their best and do well. I think people should be obviously competent at what they do, but take your opportunities, I suppose, and do them well if you can. But what would he say if someone was like, "Hey, you were a DEI hire"? What would what would you say to that? Do you think that makes you a hypocrite, or if you are a DEI hire, what's the best sort of avenue that you should take in the business? Should you capitalize off that? Should you quit and protest morally? Like, what's the move?
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why I feel like this coverage is so improper and incomplete, is because they want to come at Grummz because they see his connection with Elon, they see a bunch of different things, and they're like, oh, this is great. Like, a great thing is Grummz is all about workplace. We create he always said, oh, I always welcomed women in the workplace, blah, 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 blah. I'm fighting for gamers, I'm fighting for programmers. Grummz was salivating over Elon posting about AI code development and AI game development, salivating over it. But here's, not a decade later, he's trying to create a political activist group for developers to make sure that their games can stay anti-woke and that government wouldn't be dipping into how games should be played or what stories should be put in games. So it's very interesting, and it's, again, it's just so, everybody's cringe. Like, maybe the word gets overplayed a lot, but everybody in this fucking scenario is cringe. From the Smash JTs to this MLYP person. I also think it's really fucking cringe to just overtly say, maybe I found this shit on the dark web and I'm using it. I'm like, why stop? What the fuck? Like, it's so weird. I don't know.
This is the thing. Like, I feel like I've gone from let's laugh at things stream to just like, I'm having flashbacks to conversations I have had with researchers who are like, I'm going to come with the biggest nuke. And they've like, I have sat on calls with people and they have been so excited about the thing they have found. They're like, this, Beckett, you don't understand. This is the biggest thing ever. This is going to be fucking incredible. And like, I want you to help with the video, and it's going to be a video, and they'll tell me the story, and I go, I don't care about this. And in some cases, it's people I've disliked. And I'm like, if I don't care about this, you are going to struggle to make anyone care about this. And somebody needed to grip this MLYP and just be like, no, chill the fuck out. You need to stop. You need to breathe. You need to, like, lie by omission. I know that sounds insane, but you actually need to lie by omission. He says too much about the information he has and why they have it. and they needed to shut the fuck up. They didn't need it because you only need it if Grummz denies it. That's it. That's the second video. We can prove it, and you're a liar. That's the video. But you preempted him denying it, and now you just look like a fucking psycho.
It's so interesting because there's so much left on the cutting room floor about his person that I'm curious if they'll do the part 2. I don't know how much research they did. Like for instance, Grummz. So there's always been the contention about Grummz's divorce and the child support. Now, from what I can see, from what we found in our research, the child support is 0. He does not owe his ex-wife anything. From what I understand, it's maybe some insurance or helping the kids go to school, but that's pretty much it. And the reason being is that from what we could tell, and in interviews that he has given, his wife helped patent the coils for e-cigarettes in the US and Western markets, or at least in the US. So she's making the fucking money. Like, again, these are the things that they want to attack the fact that he's a grifter, that he's whatever the fuck they want to call him, a rightoid. I don't know what the fuck these people say anymore. But like, I think that's my issue is they don't know how to do it. They only do it for their base. They don't do it for his base.
Yeah,
that is why this feels so weird.
I'm having another experience, which I've had a couple of times, where like, it's like Flint Dragon. He isn't denying it. He's claiming harassment, Lamau. You know, the thing he dumps on other people on. So they are both frauds. I don't think MLYP is a fraud at all. I think MLYP is somebody who is not a YouTuber. He is not a content creator. He's a researcher. And by the way, like that's not an insult. That's just like an observation. With like Grummz, the thing is like while I am critical of like MLYP's video, that doesn't make me like Grummz. This isn't a Grummz defense stream all of a sudden. I'm not going to suddenly buddy up with the guy. It's just like, it's frustrating because, and I said this about the jar stuff, when you start bringing weaker allegations against people, or like allegations that are easy to like push to the side like this and go, well, fucking who cares? You weaken the overall narratives against people who do shitty things. And I'd far rather focus on things like, if there's a lawsuit which he's like fucked somebody over in, if he is scamming money out of people, if his like general practices are like shitty. It's one of those where like, unless you can pinpoint me why I'm meant to care. And somebody have mentioned that like Grummz has done like lolly pornography. Yeah, I'd probably have much like a stronger stance on that. But like, that's again, I say probably because I'm just saying because I haven't seen what the fuck they're talking about yet. I'm just getting this from chat. But you've got like a position here where that's a Twitter post. That's a Twitter article. That's not a video. Like, if you've got Grummz interacting with kids or something, that's a video. Like, where's your, like, hit point? Right? It's fucking, I think super frustrating.
I think you're right. And because I've been in and out of the stream, but I heard you mention it more about, like, the research stuff. And I think the problem I have with this is it's pieces, but it's not a story, right? It's just pieces on a chalkboard. Sure. Is it fucked that he uses his mom's name? Yeah, sure. And now I've heard rumors of this. This is alleged, but apparently,
I guess my internet.
I guess.
Carry on.
Allegedly, now I can't confirm this. Allegedly, some of the stories that he's written, these like lesbian fight stories, end in like rape and murder. And apparently he's used his ex-wife's name before, but if they were married and the wife knew, I don't really give a fuck. Like, this
I don't know the
story is
context for any of it, so it's as far as I'm concerned, it's all just people writing their kinks down, which I don't give a shit about, really.
Yeah, it just I don't. It's one of those things.
It's not.
Where
I
it's
just like not to be a cucker in it, but it's just not my business. I
No,
don't
no,
care.
listen. I don't disagree with you, and I'm going to be honest with you. I have named plenty of animal pets I've had in video games after ex-girlfriends, which again wasn't a nice thing to do.
Funny.
But like, it's
Yeah.
just like what people
Well,
do.
that is a nice thing. So that's a term of endearment to name a pet after an ex. That's you love your pets, right? That's good. You don't name your pets after people you hate,
Warframe,
right?
and they went right back into storage.
Oh, okay.
Listen, it's okay.
Well, ignore me then.
Okay, I want to say this because I keep seeing this fucking person chirping in chat. Flint Dragon, I need to talk to you real quick, one-on-one for a second.
Really
you
quick.
do know that his parents had to sign off, specifically his dad, to be a part of the business, right? You know he can't just, if he fraudulently put his dad's name on a fucking business application and his dad doesn't know about it and someone, I don't know, reported that to the IRS, he would be fucked. You can't do that. His parents participated in the fact that he created businesses. I don't care what his parents consented to do. He can be a fraudster in other different ways. I do think in some ways there's a case that he probably defrauded part of Red 5, which is why he got the fucking boot from their Chinese company overlords, which he will never stop complaining about if you've ever asked him about it. Could he have funneled and defrauded money for the $1 million seed fund he got for Voxelnauts for Oculus Rift money? 100%, because that money has gone nowhere. The problem is that there are lies regarding Grummz. Perfect example. Doing research for Grummz, there was a random article saying that he had a Bitcoin wallet that may have been used for some insider trading. I'm not a forensic analyst. I don't do forensic banking. We
Sounds like
looked
a
into it as much as we could.
question.
Yeah, listen, if I could, I would have. But like, we looked into it as much as we can, and it was really just unsubstantiated bullshit. Like that, it's exactly like the jar problem. It's exactly like the dog pack problem. When you throw credible allegations inside of bullshit, expository retellings, and just dramatization of facts, these people are able to wiggle their fucking way out of it because it's presented poorly. It's not saying that the research is necessarily bad. Sometimes it is, but it is presented in a way that allows them to just get by scot-free.
Consider that if you're making a video on someone and you believe that the only thing that will make it credible are things that you can't prove, maybe it's not that good of a video.
Yeah, and it's difficult because like I watched this guy's podcast episodes, and they're interesting. Like they're genuinely interesting, unironically. MLYP.
Yellow Flash?
No, MLYP.
Oh, MLYP. Okay.
Yeah, he does like a podcast episode on something awful in dead internet theory, and it's actually interesting. Like it had me like, I'd watch that in my spare time. Like I like dive research stuff. And this is why I'm saying he's not like a content creator. He's a researcher. And there's nothing wrong with that. But the best thing I can say for researchers, and I genuinely mean this, is find somebody else to be your voice. Because it will help you a lot. And find someone who'll pull back on your chain. Because being good at research doesn't make you good at knowing how to deliver that research. And they are different skill sets.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I have a random question because I don't know this, and I don't know, Beckett, if you know this or chat knows this. How does MLYP connect to Western Kabuki? Because from my understanding, he should have those people that pull in the reins, because this is a podcast of people who have been investigative reporters. I believe one of the people, oh my God, I know them on Twitter. They used to be called like Pudding Person or some shit. I don't fucking remember who they are. Western Kabuki. Let me look this up real quick. But I remember that that they used to be like in real in journalism. Allegedly, these are the people that should be holding them back. Why didn't they? Yeah, at Juniper is who they are. I don't really know what they did.
Well, I don't know much about Western Kabuki. I would say that there is a problem with how investigative journalists might potentially think of a story. The other side is like MLYP. Like the fact that the first 13 minutes of the video are just like ranting.
Terrible pacing.
Yeah, it's one of those where normally
it's way better to just hit the ground, boom, and have it feel too fast than to have it linger.
Yeah. Just be like, hey, I mean, again, if you want to deal with the doxing allegations, the best thing you can do is go, I don't personally believe this is doxing. If Grummz thinks this is doxing, I don't care. Fuck him. Like that's all you needed to say, even on like it again, not a great optical message, but like that would have been enough. If you're just gonna sit there and go, here are all the reasons it's not doxing, I'm like, you doth protest too much. Like, what is this? And I feel like you're like pulling me away from trying. It's like you're trying to pull the wool over my eyes by just talking a lot about it until I eventually give up and agree. There's definitely like I don't know. This is why I kind of flipped to his channel and looked at it, which okay, actually no, that's not true. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did it because Mouse was annoying me, and I was like, fuck you. If you want me to watch the Grummz video, I'll go and watch more of MLYP's shit. Look into him. Because like in some ways he's the more interesting story. Grummz is just another fucking what's the way to put this? People think that if you've got size, then that's going to be interesting. If you've got like size or reach. But for somebody like me, I'm very much more interested in smaller niche parts of stories. That's just how I work. Also, Flint Dragon with $50. Jesus. Buddy, thank you. Apologies for coming off aggressive. Here's some kangaroo money. I'm enjoying this. No, I appreciate it. Listen, no one gets banned from this chat, not even mice. Like, I like having dissenting opinions. I actually like streams like this when, you know, about 100 people have fucked off, and now we're just actually talking through
the real fans are here.
Yeah, because I'm much more... Because, again, I'm kind of fascinated that this video has come out. I don't, like... It's such a weird thing to fumble. Yeah. It's such a weird thing.
This video is a video made for... It's made for the wrong audience about the wrong person. This is information that you give if you're trying to expose a pastor. If you're trying to expose like a pastor or some anti-gooner, some Melanie Mac type or something like that. Yeah, sure, this video has a point because it's exposing hypocrisy.
Oh, you
and
do
even then,
Melanie Mac
not even necessarily well because it happened a long time ago.
I think
this
if you
is
did
not...
this to like Razor Fist, it would be effective because it would like undercut,
probably
like,
because he has a persona of being like, I'm the bad
80s
biker guy and I am totally cool and awesome and I say lots of words. And so I was like, okay, well, I mean,
lots of words.
There you go.
Honestly, I could tell you who this video is made for, and it's gonna just be funny because I know they reacted to it. This video is made for Hassan. That's who this video is made for. And listen, you can have your opinions on him. I do. They're more nuanced. But like this video is
fucking horrifically negative. Fuck that guy.
But it's like this is made for him to react to in regards to the fact that he was fighting Elon, that the Assassin's Creed Ubisoft account was fighting Grummz, and it all just came together. Because again, it's very coincidental that this was just shat out the moment that was at its peak. That's what I find incredibly curious. That thing it reaches a peak, it reaches like a real crescendo, and then this is immediately put out in the aftermath of it.
Do you know what this also reminds me of? Ethan Klein's hit piece on Hassan. Where Ethan Klein's hit piece on Hassan, very different reasons, but everything in it is stuff that if you've been following the Hassan stuff, you know already. And
yeah,
like,
we know that Hassan is fucking an evil psycho. We get it.
Yeah,
that's
like,
that's the general criticism. What's the new thing?
Yeah, like
that's
what's
that's
the
his
new?
brand. Yeah.
And it's like Hassan with the brothel thing. It's like, okay, Hassan went to a brothel. So? Like, yeah, sure, it's hypocritical and everything else, but I'm like, yeah, he went to a brothel. I don't care. Like, I care that he is like bringing on terrorists and shit. Like, I care about that. I care about the fact that he is essentially a crazy fucking grifter who's made millions of dollars and essentially just basically plays a theme tune of semi-Russian propaganda and death to America, basically. Like, I care about that. I don't care that he went to a brothel. I just don't give a shit. And that's how I feel about this video.
Yeah, I mean, like it's interesting because it's like they're both bad in different reasons. Ethan's video to me was H3 was bad at business, didn't realize who he was getting in bed with when it came to business. That's a bad business decision and a personal L you probably shouldn't put on the internet. This is, but he's, Grummz likes writing about sex and talking about sex. Have you seen Book Talk? Do you know what that fucking shit is? Some lady got arrested because she glorified grooming in Australia. They fucking thought she had child porn on her. That's actually like a news story. You could look this up. It's like, what? Like, this is so dumb.
Yeah. It's really difficult. It's really difficult. I see why people want this to be their hit piece on Grummz. I get it. It's just not. In my mind, it's just not this. It's just not this.
I feel like the hit piece is more about, like, where's the game that that had super funding and what are the updates on it and what's that supposed to be. Even though I don't know too much about it, I just know of it, about it more than I know about it.
It's a very
and then a lot of this stuff is just cringe. That's just fair to make because it's about like him being a anti-woke guy and. You know how even though I'm very much like on the anti-woke side, I think that is very, very important that you should, kind of keep your own house in order, because we've seen the groups who don't do that, and there definitely needs to be a cleaning of the house when it comes to a lot of this anti-woke stuff, especially from what I've seen lately.
Well, it's a fucking mess. Jeremy's selling fucking coffee. His life goal is to sell coffee. He has 3 planes. I mean, like,
listen, the beans are the beans are hand flavored.
I will say this because I saw.
Look, he's a businessman. All right,
he is. Listen.
Goddamn respect.
He put it on his fucking personal credit card. Motherfucker couldn't just get a business loan.
Yeah,
it's better than keeping all your money in PayPal, but I mean,
not by much. Also, let's be honest. Come on, it's pretty close. Buddy.
I want to say this because I saw Dicker say, and I agree with you, man, about like the kids shit if it's proven. I'm gonna be honest. His base won't care. His base likes the lolly shit. Like I'll keep it a buck. His base likes the lolly shit. They're just gonna call him cringe or move on. Like they don't really give a shit.
I mean,
it's Grummz' right to like whatever he wants. I don't really care. It's his personal business. I don't blah blah blah. There's plenty of reasons to not care, and they're fine reasons. If you don't care, you don't care. You don't have to. It's not like immoral for Grummz to do the writing stuff. It's fine. He's cringe at most, I guess. It's not contradictory. He's not being a hypocrite. You're not going after some anti-gay pastor who gets revealed to be in a gay relationship. All right, it's nothing like that.
Yeah,
just odd.
Yeah. And look, I hope that part 2 is better. I do, because I think that, like, it. Look,
so
that
was accurate. Well, it's not about accuracy. I hope that it means something. There's a point to it.
Yeah. Listen, like a hit piece without a fucking point to it. You can admit that you don't have a point as well. You can be like, I think there's a
Here's
particular
some info
way
about Grummz.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You could.
Like, okay.
A better way to do this, ironically, would have been to hand it to a drama streamer, like, and be like, just have them laugh at him. But this hyper serious, like, this guy's a fucking degenerate pervert kind of shit. Dude,
a bit much.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I'll plug it because I love him. I think Diesel's video that we worked on for Grummz was good. It chronicles a lot of his time on the internet, chronicles stuff that this goes into, but is short and truncated. I don't think this needs to be 3 hours or like whatever 30-minute rant with like 2 to 3 parts. Just get it done. My whole big thing is this. There are big claims about frauding and stealing money. I hope and pray that they have the information to back that shit up, because that would be huge. And if you don't have that, and it's more gooner shit, or he's a deadbeat dad, or this, that, and the third, you're gonna lose a lot of people.
Well, again, this was from the Mr. B stuff. It's like, okay, so Chris Tyson had a Discord full of minors who they were showing, like, people who were like young, they knew the age, and they were showing them pornography and having them set up not safe for work channels. But let's talk about illegal lotteries. Fuck me. Like, really? Please? Why? I
guess illegal lotteries are bad.
I mean, the Italians, we ran it for a period of time in the U.S. You know, listen, sometimes you need things to be done in a specific way.
Me and the boys, Alfonso, and Biggie the Slims. He and I, yeah.
I got a cousin Tony. He's got a father named Tony. I got Pasquale in the back. You know, it's a lot of people.
We don't call him Pasquale. We call him Bugsy. All right, not to be confused with Bugsy Malone. He was down with the Valentinos in 16th.
It's called two-hole Tonys because he got 2 holes. You don't know where they are though.
Okay,
hey, he took a long walk off a short here with cement shoes.
If we have reached the point in the stream where we're doing fucking, I'm gonna bad.
We've not yet begun to do the mobster voices.
Oh, fuck my life.
I mean, I'm from that area. It's in my voice. I can't control that one.
You're the one who brought us on here.
Oh no, fuck, there's 2 of them. Fuck.
He every time he goes off, he pulls me back in.
Look, you
it
both
is real
have...
Italian posting hours. Peru.
Yes, yeah.
You guys are both saved
and the
my
Italians
sanity.
are Schrodinger's
I
whites,
appreciate it.
so we can make fun of them if we need to.
Fuck me. Alrighty.
Okay, look.
I'm gonna head off.
Yes. Thank you both for coming on. I'll chat to you in a bit.
Yeah, you bet. We'll see you later.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, bud.
Oh, okay. Listen, I'm glad they both joined. Brought me joy. That brought me joy. Guys, I feel bad when I have content like this because, like, I just want to laugh at something. I'm just here to laugh at stuff. Do you guys, for those of you who've been around forever, do you remember? Do you remember like ages and ages ago? I did a stream. This was why I ended up doing the Onodeus Hatter stream, actually. I did the Onodeus Hatter stream because I was fuck, what was it? I did the Onodeus Hatter stream because I was gonna talk about Yandere Dev. And everyone was like, oh, you're doing a stream on Yandere Dev? Well done being 6 months late, Beckett. Everyone's talked about Yandere Dev, Beckett. Why are you doing a stream on Yandere Dev, Beckett? And I was like, fuck you. Actually, fuck you. This was like 5 people on Twitter. And I got so annoyed, I changed the stream topic. So, like, if you piss me off, I will actually move the stream topic. I do not care, okay? I am just here for me and my self-indulgent bullshit. The Jeremy stuff was fun, though. And I do find this interesting, but, like, did you know Mally did an interview with Doodles? I don't know if you would be interested in it. When was it? And I am interested in it. I'll talk to her about it. There is no time limit on what discussion is. True. Who are we at? Don't leave me, I'm cooking dinner. Sorry. I'm already gone later than I intended to. I'm new. Are you cope or seethe? It really depends on the night. Fuck. I feel bad. I shouldn't shout at chatters. I know I'm being one-guyed. Fuck me. I always feel bad. I always feel bad when I shout at chatters. I don't have it in me. Yeah, I heard about the car losing. So interesting to see the quartering stuff. I was a fan once, not anymore. You are the first person I've ever met in my life. This is true. This is legitimate. You're the first person I've ever met who's admitted to being a quartering fan. Did you have like 1 million bot accounts? Like what's going on? Stream back in 2023 on November 9th. Interesting. Making pasta, that sounds good. Don't take it personally. It's called getting heated. It happens, man. Yeah. I try not to though. I try not to. Any content plans coming up? I don't know. I'm so out of it at the moment. Oh, yes, maybe. I might go through Alice's 750-page document on stream. Don't feel bad. Chatters aren't real people. True. I'm going to send you guys over to Diesel talking about Young the Ray Dev. I remember briefly being a quartering fan when the Radfems were doing him dirty. Now he's just boring. I mean, he's really just like Monday Matt take 2. Monday Matt 2 Electro Boogaloo. That's pretty much it. It has been a little while since I've done any ACC content, so I'll see what's knocking around. No, I'm just a normal person. I called him out on misrepresenting a tweet, and he went off on me being an absolute idiot. Yep, it's very annoying. Very annoying. Listen, I mean, like, I like to think that I don't just randomly pick sides. I pick into things. And even when I'm biased against people, I really dislike somebody. Oh, fuck. I have to. Listen, this has been... I mean, actually, no, this has been fun. I love talking to Rags. I like talking to Valji. So, that's a plus. If MLYP sees this and wants to get in touch with me, I don't know why he would, but I'm just saying if he does, then you can find me on Twitter at Cope and Seethe or at Beckett of Crabs. My DMs are open on both. Just drop me a message. What else? Like and subscribe, all that good shit. But yeah, other than that, I will be back later in the week. I may stream Star Citizen on Kick. I may do that. That could be fun. That could be fun. Other than that, I'm going to go and get a milkshake, and I'm going to bed because I am tired. Peace. Have a great week. I'll see you in the next one. Laters.